one-on-one with you to help achieve your goals. You have tried the rest, now try the best. NovaCare, Delaware Avenue in Uniontown. Phone 724-437-0556 to schedule your appointment today.
Hey love, I'm Tiffany from Tiffany Smith Fine Art Studios, serving up confidence boosts in Periopolis in our brand new luxury studio in downtown Pittsburgh. I'm not just here to take your picture, I'm here to help you remember who you are. Whether it's been a wild few years or you're just feeling a little blah, this is your permission slip to feel powerful again. You'll laugh, maybe cry, and leave feeling like that girl. Book your experience at TiffanySmithFineArtStudios.com because you deserve to be seen.
It's the afternoon drive show on your local station, WMBS Uniontown. I'm Doug Saltzman. That's Nick Barczyk. Okay, here's the good news. I won't be on air tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
The bad news, I'm on air for over 4 hours tonight.
Wow, so you're making up for it. Usually you do 2 hours twice a week, so you're just doing 4 hours one day. That makes sense.
Tonight, up to the Pirate game, the pregame show at 9:20. You know, it was nice to see the Buccos last night. The starting pitcher, whose name I forget because I can't remember anything.
Who was it last night? Keller.
76 pitches in 2 innings.
Yeah.
Did not look good, but the Buccos came back and won.
Yeah, they did. They held on. 1-run win. That's good.
Not bad. It was.
They're going for 4 in a row tonight.
Yeah,
that's hey.
4 in a row.
Take what you can get. Yeah.
The crazy part of the Pirate season. When those 8-game losing streak,
a lot of crazy
and you're still
parts.
not doing great.
No. Remember when they had that 6-game winning streak?
Oh,
and
we were out of our
people
minds.
were buying World Series tickets, and they proceeded to lose 8 of their next 9. And then when they were swept by the White Sox and swept the Tigers, all you can make of that is it's a long, sometimes random season.
Yes.
A lot of weird things happen, like losing 3 games in a row to the worst team in the league, while then beating the best team in the league 3 in a row. It's all random.
Yeah, back to back.
Yeah,
it was a very strange one today. Coming up in a few minutes, we're going to check in with Colonel Jeff McCausland, but that's about 5 minutes away. And today I spent a day at St. Vincent's College. You may have heard of St. Vincent's College out there, and I got a good briefing on what's going on. A group of us went out there, briefed the latest on the college. They have a new aviation, really cool kind of an aviation.
It's really busy out there right now.
Management. Yes,
there was no Steeler training camp today, I understand.
No, there was a Steeler training camp. I got to see 4 plays, and then the rain hit.
Oh, it did? I was going to say it got rained out, yeah.
It was the first day in pads.
Yeah.
Here we are. Oh, there's Aaron.
Were you yelling for Aaron Rodgers? Did you see Aaron?
Rodgers. I saw him do 2 plays, and then, they've got 4 fields there all there.
Doug, be honest. You were going for autographs, okay?
Right.
I know you're an adult. It's embarrassing.
I got signed to the VIP treatment, so we're up in. They actually have a press box there, even though it's because that's, of course, where the Bobcats play as well.
Yeah.
The St. Vincent's Bobcats team. And all of a sudden, all the players are walking out the field simultaneously, all 3 fields. I'm like, This is not a good sign.
No.
And then, first off, there was not a drip of rain in the forecast for today. It's going to be blistering hot, but we get lucky. What I do for my day job, we had sideline. We could literally walk right up to the sideline.
Look at you.
And it's funny. The president of the college, Father Paul, and giving the latest on the college and what's going on and great stories, said, listen, you're on the sideline, pay attention. You don't want to do this. And he turned his back and started tying his shoe. He said, you don't want to do this when T.J. Watt comes flying over, trips over you, and blows out your knee.
You're going to have a 280-pound man tumble over you.
And he ruins his career because you're not getting out of the way on the sideline.
Yeah, that would be awful. Yeah. Watt especially just signed that big extension.
When I first got there, we went up to the press box. And like I said, I saw 4 plays, and then that was it. And the rain hit. And I mean, it hit.
Yeah, it did.
And it was supposed to, again, it's not supposed to rain. It's supposed to be a very hot day. So I left my windows open in my car.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah. And I realized, okay, it was a monsoon coming down. And I didn't have anything to dry off my seat besides the pants I'm wearing. So let's just say it right now. I'm sitting still in a pool of water.
Oh, lovely. Well, sounds like you had a great day.
That's what our listeners want to hear about.
Absolutely.
Doug is drenched from the waist down.
You're all about honesty and transparency.
That's right. We try to be honest and transparent.
That's right.
Inclusive and equity or whatever those other terms.
Yeah, DEI. That's why we've won all those awards. We're so honest and transparent.
So Yeah. So, but it's still a great tour. That got to tour the Basilica and got great information. Had a nice lunch.
Oh, it's beautiful out there. They do a great job.
Cool.
Yeah.
I think I went there in the 70s. My dad took me out. Back then, you would just pull up on campus, park in a field, and walk up.
Yeah.
Yeah, which there were no rules. They'd say, hey, no security, nothing. Hey, don't go in the field. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. Stay away from Joe Green and Jack Ham.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But nowadays, a little different. Of course,
Little
the world
bit.
changes.
It's still free, though, amazingly.
Oh, it is
but,
free.
you need a ticket on your phone.
Need a ticket, and they've got a tent the size of a football field that you can buy merchandise.
Sure, that's where they make their money.
Yes.
They figure we don't need to charge admission because people are buying $150 TJ Watt jerseys and terrible towels.
Right.
Which I love. If you're a Steeler fan and you don't have a terrible towel yet, but yet they still sell every day.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, they've been around for 50 years.
I'm not kidding. I think I have 5 at home. I don't know where they all came from.
I'm sure I have 3 or 4, yeah.
And I get
I have one signed by Myron, the legend, Mr. Cope. That's hanging up in the basement.
that's a cool one.
Yes.
I have had one signed by Rocky Blyer, a friend of mine.
Oh, wow.
Whose son was obsessed with Rocky Blyer. I said, here, give this to him.
Aw.
So
look at you.
Oh, look at me. Aren't I a nice guy?
Rocky's great. But you have a radio show and have had Rocky on many times.
Right.
So you're really living, Doug.
I think I am. And heck, you're part of those conversations.
Absolutely.
Too.
I get them on the phone. You wouldn't be able to hear them without my dialing.
Yeah. What would be the point if you couldn't do what you're supposed to do and what you get paid to do?
There's
exactly
that. Yeah.
So looking at our schedule for today, after we talk with Colonel Jeff McCausland, we're going to check in with former Congressman J.D. Hayworth.
Oh.
Some folks may know that name. He is now a spokesperson for the Pharmaceutical Reform Alliance. We're going to check in with him to see what the latest is on those topics. Then we're going to talk at the beginning of the 6 o'clock hour following the news with the National Weather Service. You know, it's been hot this summer. So we're going to get their take on what's the latest. Are we setting records? What's the forecast coming up? I think we're supposed to get at least a mild spell coming up here. River Life is a great organization from this region. We're going to talk to Matt Galuzza, who's the president and CEO of that. That's a little later in the 6 o'clock hour. We're going to go through the whole thing. Lanny Frateri's going to join us today.
It's a great guest list here, Doug.
We're going to talk to him. Of course, he's now a retired communications professor at Waynesburg College. We're going to talk to him about the Pony League World Series. And then a local guy, Jim Berger. They were reporting on this recently. He's originally from Uniontown. He's now a photographer and author. His book, Long Journey Home, Tales of Growing Up in Uniontown, Pennsylvania.
Wow.
Then we're going to have Pirate Talk, since we have a Pirate game coming up tonight. So in the 8 o'clock hour, Bill Hughes, columnist for the Herald Standard, is going to join us. We're going to talk to him about the Pirate season. And then we're going to check in with John Wayner.
Oh, The Rock.
Pirates broadcaster, of course, Carrick's own. All that coming up tonight on the Afternoon Drive show. The extended version right up till 9:20 tonight. So stick around for the John Wayner interview. That'll be about 8:40.
Wow. Look at you, Doug.
He's on the West Coast. Is he calling the game tonight?
He was not on radio last night. He might have been on TV. It was Joe Block and Kevin Young on radio last night.
Impressive. He's going to do this interview minutes before they go on the air.
Say.
And he picked the time. So
good for him. Wow.
Yeah. So we'll have. We've never had Bob Walk. We have to track him down.
Oh, Walkie's great.
Yeah, we'll have to have Bob Walk.
I'm sure Lanny could help you get him on. I know they're still good friends.
Are they good friends?
Absolutely.
I'll check with that. We'll talk to Wayner on the air.
I just made that up. No,
see, we'll ask Wayner on the air. We'll put him on the spot.
Put him on the spot.
Could you
get
give
Walk
me,
on?
while we're talking, Bob Walk's cell phone number right now so I can call him?
How about all the broadcasters at once? A conference call with all 10 of them.
Yeah, there's so many.
There's a lot of them. It took like 8 people to replace Steve Blass.
Yeah.
I mean, he is great. And I saw him in a game again this year. He's always at the games, and you would never know he won Game 7 of a World Series. He's so down to earth.
And funny. When you hear him,
he's so funny.
When he tells stories, man.
Oh, and his book was great.
Yeah.
Just a great book.
Read it 3 times.
Yeah. Just a legend.
One of 2 books I've read 3 times.
Yeah.
That and Rocky Blyer Fighting Back.
Oh, wow.
So
not
as you can tell,
not
like
Huck
sports.
Finn or Tom Sawyer.
Yeah, not the classics. Right.
To Kill a Mockingbird.
Being the English major, you'd think I would, read, I don't know.
The Bell Jar. Sylvia
something like
Plath.
that. Or Shakespeare.
There's a great Sylvia Plath story that involves sports. I'll tell you later. It involves Dennis Miller, Pittsburgh's own. That'd be a great guest. Get him on.
That would be a good guest. But you know what I think we should do now?
Get our scheduled guest, Colonel McCausland.
Yeah, if you could call the guy who we're now late getting.
I should do my job, shouldn't I? Yeah.
That's right. Colonel Jeff McCausland.
Why start now?
Exactly. Why break precedent, for heaven's sakes? We're going to talk to Colonel Jeff McCausland up here as Nick's hacking in the background over there. Turn your mic off, for crying out loud. Now, we're going to talk to Jeff McCausland. Obviously, very serious topics. We never talk light topics with the Colonel, that's for sure. The new deadline for Russia to agree to a ceasefire in Ukraine. This is the war that Russia thought was going to go a few moments. And joining us right now on the WMBS Newsmakers line, CBS military analyst and also national security consultant, Colonel Jeff McCausland. Colonel, thank you for joining us today. The president has said there's now a new deadline for Russia to agree to a ceasefire in Ukraine. He's even talking about using tariffs. I don't know if that's ever been used in a war. Well, I guess before World War II and the U.S. was involved, they wouldn't ship oil to Japan. So I guess from an economic standpoint, that's a threat. But here's a new deadline for Russia to agree to a ceasefire. Is it within sight? Where are we on this?
Well, it's definitely within sight, Doug. You may recall, I think it was the 14th of July, the president announced that he was going to call for increased sanctions on the Russians up to 100%, perhaps secondary sanctions, which would be sanctions placed on other countries that trade with Russia. Most notably, that would be India, that would be China, who import about 70% of all the oil that the Russians export. So this would raise their particular tariffs as well if the Russians did not agree to a ceasefire. And he said he'd give them 50 days to decide that. During his recent trip to Europe, and the signing of an agreement with the EU about tariffs, the president announced that he was going to shorten that period of time. He's only going to give them another 10 days or so, so within a week and a half, to finally come to a ceasefire, or those sanctions will go into place. Now, he's a little bit opaque, that being said. These will be sanctions on the Russians. He didn't reiterate the level of those sanctions on the Russians. So sanctions on the Russians have already been imposed by the United States to some degree, as well as by the Europeans. And he didn't necessarily specify whether or not that would include these secondary sanctions on both India and China. And that obviously would be also complicated, because at this moment we're in the midst of negotiations with both those countries on tariff agreements as well, as part and parcel of the president's effort to increase tariffs on many of the United States trading partners.
Yeah. February 24th, 2022. I had to look that up. I guess I was probably off by a year. My gosh, we're now 3.5 years into this
That's
war.
Exactly right.
That Putin thought was going to be March 24th, 2022, and he'd be done, maybe April, but certainly not this many years later. Is his leadership position in crisis here? If he does decide to go with a ceasefire, are the folks in the Kremlin, the hawks, are they going to go after him and say, oh, it's time for him to take a rest? Can he actually do this and keep his position? Can he come to some sort of an end to this war?
Yeah, that's the complicated factor for him, at least. And of course, again, it's very difficult to divine what exactly is going on in the Kremlin. But you're correct, Doug. At the onset of this war, we had reports the Russian officers were told to pack their dress uniforms because they're going to need them in a couple of days for the victory parade that was going to occur in Kiev. Well, that was 3.5 years ago, and hopefully those guys, if they're still living, are packing those dress uniforms around with them even to this particular day. So this special military technical operation that Mr. Putin initiated has now cost the Russian Federation over 1 million casualties, over 100,000 Russian dead. The Russians have suffered more casualties in this war than the United States suffered in World War I. So his challenge right now is how can he turn around the Russian people absent, full success, and say, well, that went well, didn't it? And still retain its position. That would be a major point of concern. And that's why he has continued to insist, as have all his spokespersons, Peskov, his spokesperson, Lavrov, the foreign minister, the so-called root causes of the war have to be addressed before Russia will negotiate. From his perspective, those root causes include such things as an end to the Zelensky government, the Ukrainians as well as the West accepting the entirety of these 4 provinces. He insists on Russian or recognized as Russian, even though Russia doesn't occupy all this territory. A reduction in the Ukrainian military to about 80,000 when they couldn't defend themselves. A further announcement by the West and by Ukraine that they would never join the European Union or NATO. In other words, I would paraphrase by saying, if you surrender, we'll be happy to negotiate with you. And I think that's part and parcel of that concern domestically whatever happens, he's got to convince the Russian people this was worth it.
Yeah, I mean, it was now almost 6 years ago, 5.5, 6 years ago, when Putin and Zelensky did meet. I think what's called the Normandy Agreement or the Normandy meetings. I forget what it was. The first and only meeting between the two leaders. I don't suspect they would ever come together to meet. Obviously, their representatives would come together to finalize any agreement on a ceasefire. But at the same time, every time perhaps it looks like a ceasefire, someone's firing weapons. Are these being approved by the Zelensky government or by the Putin government, or are these generals that are acting out of their own spite?
Well, we've only had really one ceasefire, and that was Putin unilaterally announcing it around Easter. But it was widely violated on both sides and was a unilateral announcement, not a negotiated announcement. There have been meetings between the Russians and the Ukrainians, most notably in Istanbul, but they've gone really nowhere except for the exchange of prisoners. At one of the recent meetings, the Russians and a historian who apparently lectured the Ukrainians on all the historical aspects that they believe proves that Ukraine doesn't really exist. So that wasn't very helpful. Mr. Zelensky has continued to insist that he would be more than willing to meet Mr. Putin, and there appeared to be a moment where that might occur in Ukraine, perhaps with Mr. Trump participating as well. But again, the Russian government has continued to rebut this and say, no, we can't have that kind of a meeting until, again, you've addressed all these root causes, which really are the underlying theory of victory that the Russians have pushed since the war began.
Yeah, it's 41 million population in Ukraine. 16 million of them have either been displaced or literally have fled the country by now over 2 years ago. One has to wonder what's going to be left for that country if Russia does not agree to a ceasefire and continues or attempt to take over the country. It's the breadbasket of Europe, as some have called it, but at the same time, who's left to work, perhaps? That might be too fundamental, but you lose 8 million people from a 41 million population. That's more than just a little significant, I suppose, correct?
Oh, absolutely. And the Ukrainians have also suffered, grievously in terms of casualties. Now, the casualty levels they have suffered have not been as high as the Russians. Again, the Russians suffering 1 million. I would guess that your casualty levels are 40 to 50% as high. But you're right, dramatic damage all across Ukraine are in the hundreds of billions of dollars in terms of recovery. But at the same time, I think the Ukrainians have shown a great amount of resilience, and I would expect we'll see that resilience hopefully in the day after this war ends as they try to recover. But, as the Russians now have accelerated their attacks on Ukraine, we have seen now about 250 drones per day striking Ukraine on the average, about 5 missiles or so. There are estimates that might go up to as high as 2,000 drones a day striking targets in Ukraine. And again, they're going after civilian targets, residential areas, hospitals, all that kind of stuff to try to break the will of the Ukrainian people. But it's also interesting, the Ukrainians now are also trying to bring the war to the Russian people. So in recent days, we've seen the Ukrainians using a large number of drones against Russian airports in particular. They targeted St. Petersburg last Sunday, which was spoiling the Russia's Navy Day. And by going after the airports, they've closed a lot of the airports down for periods of time. Try to remind the Ukrainians, or the Russians rather, that the war is ongoing and not something far, far away. They've actually even used the mobile networks for navigation. They, the Ukrainians, forced the Russians at time to close down cellular internet. But all that, again, is an effort on both sides to bring the war to their respective populations and hope that will influence them to bring the war to a close.
And we've been talking with retired Army Colonel, CBS News military national security consultant and analyst Jeff McCausland, founder and CEO of Diamond 6 Leadership and Strategy. As well, as we always do, Colonel, we thank you foremost for your service to our country. And again, as always, we appreciate your analysis on these very confusing topics at times. We appreciate you joining us to talk about them. Thanks so much. You have a good evening, sir.
Thanks, Doug.
Thank you. We're going to take a quick break here. Our next guest, I understand, is on hold already, but we're going to take a break. We come back. We're going to check in with former Congressman J.D. Hayworth. But first, this is the Afternoon Drive Show on WMBS.
Saving money when you buy a new home isn't a fantasy. It's reality at Clayton Homes of Bell Vernon. With up to $5,000 in instant savings during the Sign and Save sales event, it's the perfect place to find the home you've always wanted. So don't let your dream home stay a fantasy. Visit Clayton Homes of Bell Vernon today at 4500 PA 51. Terms and conditions for the Sign and Save sales event at manufacturedhomeoffers.com. Available only at participating Clayton Homes family of brands retailers through August 31st. Amount of savings may be limited. Ask for details. May not be available with certain financing. Lender restrictions apply.
Experiencing symptoms of COPD? Frontier Clinical Research in Scottsdale has been selected to conduct a clinical research study, and participants are needed. All study-related care will be provided at no cost, and no health insurance is required. Compensation up to $2,200 for qualified participants for time and travel. To learn more, call Frontier Clinical Research in Scottsdale at 724-220-5281. That's Frontier Clinical Research in Scottsdale at 724-220-5281.
Warm weather is finally here, and with it, the opportunity to upgrade your lawn or yard with a new fence from All Around Fence Company. Conveniently located at 7896 National Pike, Uniontown, All Around Fence has been installing quality residential, commercial, and farm fencing for more than 45 years. Offering residential fencing including chain link, decorative aluminum, steel, and more, All Around Fence has a fence for you. All Around Fence is also your one-stop shop for Neutrina products and carries livestock, equine, and pet supplies too. So whether you need to upgrade an existing fence, add a new gate, or are looking to install an all-new fence, All Around Fence has the answers for you. Visit them Monday through Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. and Saturdays from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. or give them a call at 724-439-0331. To learn more, visit allaroundfence.com.
I didn't think I'd ever seen Black Sabbath, but I was going through, being an old school guy, I have an old cigar box at home, Nicholas, with my tickets from over the years. Going through it, I found an Ozzy Osbourne Black Sabbath ticket from back in the 70s.
Wow. What was it, like $8?
It was it was $975.
Oh my God.
To go see Black Sabbath.
Not $975.
No, not
Which is
$975.
what Paul McCartney's going for this year.
It's it's something to and you think about those prices. Now I think it would cost 4 times that just to park to go see a concert. But the great Ozzy Osbourne, for heaven's sakes, love him or hate his music, he was a character. That's for sure. I want to thank Colonel Jeff McCausland for joining us a few moments ago and joining us right now. And we apologize for getting to him a little late. Joining us on the WMBS Newsmakers line, former Congressman and spokesperson for the Pharmaceutical Reform Alliance, J.D. Hayworth. Congressman Hayworth, thank you very much for joining us. We've talked to you before, but it's been several years. But we appreciate your joining us today to talk about prescription drug pricing and all the issues related to it. First off, sir, how are you? Thanks for joining us.
Well, Doug, first of all, I got to tell you, I was listening to the bumper music coming in, and the broadcaster in me goes, wow, listen to that. And then the talk show host in me thinks about that time I spoke at a fundraiser in California across the street from Ozzy's house. Ozzy didn't make it, but Pat Boone was there, and yes, he was wearing white bucks. So I'll just end the story there because I know we have other things to talk about. And by the way, Doug, please just call me JD. When I left Congress, I traded that title in for a much more honored one, citizen. So, I'm JD, and I'm honored to be with you, Doug.
We'll call you JD. I follow my mother's rules of always call somebody Mr. or Mrs. or doctor or professor until they tell you otherwise. So,
well, your mama raised up a fine boy who's done well for himself, and thanks for having me on.
Our producer across the studio here is rolling his eyes at that, but I appreciate your saying that.
Well, okay, he's got to understand my pedigree. Although a good chunk of my family hailed from the Keystone State, they ended up in the South, and so when I offer that slice of rhetorical flattery, it may sound a bit colloquial, or was he rolling his eyes, kind of taking exception to your demeanor, Doug? Can you reveal that right now, or should we let that slide?
Well, Nick and I are like an old married couple. We bicker a lot. Yeah, that's okay. Right, Nick? That's right. Join in here.
Yes,
for a
dear.
moment. Yeah, there we go. All right.
There we go. Yeah, it's the Bickersons, ladies and gentlemen.
That's it.
Broadcasts fast. All right,
Oh,
anyway.
my gosh.
Well, back to the topic at hand here as we talked to J.D. Hayworth. And J.D., thanks for joining us. You're now, as I mentioned a moment ago, spokesperson for the Pharmaceutical Reform Alliance. Before we get into the topics at hand, tell us what that alliance is.
Well, the Alliance is a group of concerned stakeholders in the healthcare industry and citizens from across America who are, and this will really shock you, Doug, because there you sit in so-called battleground Pennsylvania, and I'm calling you from battleground Arizona. And despite all the talk about a polarized America, the one piece of common ground among everybody seems to be real concern about big pharma. So these folks came to me and they said, look, you've got a reputation for telling it like it is. You had a very different view of the border than did George W. And so we'd like you to put into words how you are seeing things in healthcare as a former Ways and Means member. And Doug, because you and I talk politics both on the radio and in our spare time, dare I say it, the thing that amazes me is these numbers they border on the unbelievable. For example, right before the election last year, help me out with it a little bit, Kaiser Family Foundation did a poll, and it was fascinating. 89% of Republicans, 84% of Democrats, 78% of independents said Big Pharma was more concerned about profits than with providing the right kind of medicines to folks. And we've done some polling recently. If anything, Doug, these numbers remain in the stratosphere, and it's beyond bipartisan. This is nonpartisan, and one of the reasons why is really more of a kitchen table issue and a family budget issue than what's in the medicine chest. And it's simply this. Americans are paying basically at least 3 times as much as our cousins north of the border, as our cousins in Europe and down under and over in the Orient. We are paying through the nose, and sadly, Big Pharma's put Americans last, and that's what really a bipartisan coalition from President Trump to Secretary Kennedy to Democrats and Republicans on Capitol Hill hope to address.
Yeah. The big, beautiful bill, and I was one of those that were shocked when I heard that was the actual name of the bill, the big, beautiful bill. I wanted to talk to you about what it is not. I guess in that bill, they had an opportunity to bring in, but they left out what is described as a critical cost-saving measure, codifying the most favored nation status executive order.
Right.
Explain that, if you would, please.
Well, the bottom line is on a bill like that, reflecting the president's broad priorities, Speaker Johnson trying to get a majority. And it's no big secret that on Capitol Hill, what was that Secretary Kennedy said earlier in the spring? Big Pharma could have a lobbyist for all 435 members of Congress, all 100 U.S. senators, and the 9 justices on the U.S. Supreme Court. I mean, they cover the place. They've been spending at historic levels. And so it's not a quid pro quo, I'm sure, from my former colleagues, but they're going, these guys have concerns. They're telling us they're spending money on R&D, and we can talk more about that in a second. So what always happens when it comes to critical bills and you can't get the majority, you go to the committees of jurisdiction like Ways and Means, and now the chairman and the members are working to come up with a way to codify this that can accommodate all the concerns, not only of Republicans, but the reality is Democrats, they're not immune from the process either. And so that's what we're seeing. In fact, I don't know if you recall that report, part of the Make America Healthy Again initiative that RFK and his group released. But they did a study about 20 years, 1998 to 2019, I believe it was. Big Pharma, in terms of lobbying at Capitol Hill, but around the 50 states, they'd spent upwards of $5 billion And then if you take a look at the so-called patient support groups, they've spent over another, if memory serves, I believe, almost $7 billion. So this is a multi-billion-dollar enterprise, and the billions just keep on coming. You know, people say, well, aren't you for the free market? Well, sure I am, Doug, but I don't think Donald Trump's opposed to the free market, and he knows the difference between profiting and profiteering. Right now, Big Pharma, its profit margin is 76%, more than twice the average of the companies on the S&P 500, and again, they're putting America last. So that's why you will see the committees of jurisdiction take this up, because the American people are demanding it, and they can't slough it off any longer. But they're going to find a way to get a product out because they just can't ignore it. They ignore it at their own peril. Coming up for the midterms, Doug, the polling we did shows that 86% of voters say they would endorse or they would support either an incumbent or a challenger willing to stand up to Big Pharma. So those are the numbers, and they predicate what is inevitable in terms of the reforms. But they couldn't get it done in the Triple B bill. I'll leave it at that. And so it will wait for more issue-specific stuff that will be coming down the pike, because everybody ignores it at their own peril.
Yeah. Now, obviously, you just mentioned that profits are not a problem for Big Pharma. I'm just taking a guess at this. Out of every 5 commercials I see on TV is for some sort of pharmaceutical, the blue pill, the green pill, the red pill, I don't know. It's a remarkable amount of advertising being done. Secretary Kennedy has said he would support, I don't know if he ran this past the president, but he would support eliminating all ads for Big Pharma on TV. I don't know if that's a constitutional issue or not, but it gives you some idea of the profits coming in, considering their advertising campaigns are just massive. And it just seems every day there's a new bill with a fancy name, or a new pill, I should say, with a fancy name coming out. But still at the same time, and the information your organization has provided shows that America is still paying, in some cases, 3 times more than patients abroad. I remember there was a time when they were putting trips together, bus trips up to Canada for senior citizens, where they could buy their pharmaceuticals cheaper.
And this is something, because I know everybody gets cynical, Doug, if I could just pop in right here. My last vote in Congress, after Rahm Emanuel, a colleague on the Ways and Means Committee, but head of the DCCC, who was successful in dispatching me and the first Republican majority in 40 years, I was headed back home. Even in the teeth of politics, we had a reimportation bill designed to allow pharmaceuticals from Canada to come in and say to Big Pharma, stop that. So for everybody who's cynical, these issues do overtake even the narrow partisan political impulses. It really does. It happens that way.
Yeah, it just the amount of impact that has on the simply economy at times, and what it takes out of the economy. I mean, and I'm 62 years old. I'm on certain medications, and it's something you think about all the time. Like, okay, I got to make sure I still have this covered properly, and is my insurance going to cover this, and am I getting the best deal? And you're sitting there almost at times negotiating at the pharmacist's desk. Okay, which one of these cards will get me the best deal?
Sure.
And I can handle that, but you feel for some seniors who might be on their own and beyond that, and are they being taken advantage of at times because they're not getting the best possible deal? Because we're not talking chump change here in some cases.
No, we're talking real money. And speaking of real money, just to the billions on what's called direct-to-consumer, the bulk of it eaten up in television ads, Big Pharma spent $36 billion on that. And I told you about that profit margin, like 76%. Only 17% of their earnings go to research. A good chunk of it, you and I are funding in another way, through our tax dollars. When it comes to the free speech issue, I heard it expressed this way: free speech ain't free when you and I are paying for it. And the bottom line, we can get away from the legislative arcana and the trivial stuff. The bottom line is Trump and Secretary Kennedy, the president and the HHS secretary, are trying to flip the script. With most favored nation status, they're simply saying, hey, let's make America the most favored nation for a change. And so that's why you're seeing the efforts, and that's why the administration continues to use the power of the executive, the FTC. You talked about looking for the best price on certain drugs. We know there's legislation. There's also been executive action. Mr. Trump's Federal Trade Commission taking a look at what's called patent ticketing, which delays getting medicines in their generic form to market, kind of ties them up longer than necessary. Look, nobody is doubting you rely on prescription drugs. I do too, because I'm a couple of years older than you are, Doug. But the fact is, nobody, certainly no senior and no family, should have to make the choice between food or medicine.
Yeah. We're talking with former Congressman J.D. Hayworth, spokesperson for Pharmaceutical Reform Alliance. Of course, you served on the Ways and Means Committee. In fact, I think at the same time, a former roommate of mine served on it, Phil English, your colleague.
Phil English, the gentleman from Erie.
That's right.
Let me tell you, there was never a member of Congress as thoughtful and conscientious as my classmate and colleague and my senior on Ways and Means, because we got Phil on that committee his freshman term.
Right. Almost unheard of. Not unprecedented, but to get on Ways and Means at any point in one's career in Congress is impressive, let alone your freshman year. And
Sure.
Phil and I have known each other, my gosh, since the mid-'80s, and he's been a guest on our show here over the years. Actually, and as I said, a former roommate of mine at one time. It's a small world, of course. I went to college up in Erie, and that's where we met. But you're right, a brilliant mind. Phil, I was very disappointed when Phil lost his re-election the one year because, man, he brought a level of understanding of issues that that was amazing at times. We would have conversations, having a beer, watching sports. I'm like, holy cow, Phil, where'd you get that? you just have one of those brains. Well, let's wrap up. I don't want to take too much of your time, but JD, I know you're a busy guy. And this organization you're with, of course, the Alliance, the Pharmaceutical Reform Alliance, the ongoing efforts, of course, is to address an issue that hits every American practically. There are very few of us who aren't taking some sort of a pharmaceutical, regardless of age. There's probably no other issue that might affect America more than pharmaceuticals, I would think, correct?
You're quite right. And Doug, those who've listened to our conversation can find out more at the website pharmareformalliance.com. That's pharmareformalliance.com to read about more of the emerging issues. And this has been so much fun. I hope you'll invite me back because there is plenty to talk about on this issue, and I certainly have enjoyed our visit today.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you joining us. And I always, as a staffer over the years in the U.S. Senate and U.S. House and the legislature in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, I always thank the staffers. So thank Amy Kaminsky for putting this together. The staffers always have to stick together. So we
tip the cap to the staff. You bet.
Right. You got it. JD, thanks so much. We look forward to having you on again soon. You have my word. Thank you.
Doug, I look forward to it. Happy to be a repeat offender. Bring me back, okay?
You got it. Thanks so much. You have a good evening. Thank you.
Yes, sir. You too.
Thank you. J.D. Hayworth joining us. I guess I should have said have a good afternoon. He's in Arizona. It's only 2 o'clock out there. We're going to take a break now, wrap up the first hour. Don't forget, we're with you till 9:20 tonight. Pirate pregame starts at 9:20. First pitch against San Francisco at 9:45. But first, this is the Afternoon Drive Show on WMBS.
CareerLink is your one-stop resource for employment and training-related services. Visit CareerLink and you'll have access to many programs and agencies for assistance with economic, educational, and job-related needs. For more information on all the programs available to you, contact CareerLink at 724-434-JOBS. That's 724-434-JOBS.
Mountaintop Title and Notary can handle all of your motor vehicle and PennDOT needs, such as titles, plates, renewal, registrations, and all notary needs. Tina Nicholson of Mountaintop Title and Notary can also handle ATV and boat titles and also does income taxes. Hours are Monday through Friday, 9:30 to 4:30, and appointments can be made for after hours and Saturdays. Mountaintop Title and Notary with a new location at 655 Nelson Road in Farmington, the only place you need to go for all title, notary, and tax work. Call Tina at 724-984-1514 for the most professional services around.
You may have noticed a new internet company knocking at your door with claims like, "I'm not here to sell you anything," or "I wouldn't lie to you." The truth is, Armstrong has played an important role in your community for decades, and we're not going anywhere. That new internet provider will probably change their name, get bought out by another company, or fold completely. Armstrong, the internet you count on, the people you trust. Visit ArmstrongOneWire.com today or anytime in the future.
Nagy service stations, Nagy Gas and Oil, Nagy Propane, and Beer Necessity, located on the mountain by Fort Necessity, extends their best wishes to the Fayette County Fair Board, 4-H clubs, and the numerous volunteers for another successful fair and 4-H auction. A locally owned family company, Nagy Gas and Oil, has been serving the area since 1942, and they invite you to check out any of their locations throughout the county. For more information, call Nagy Gas and Oil at 724-437-7241.
Laurel Highlands Wealth Advisory Group of Janie Montgomery Scott in Uniontown is a proud sponsor of Sportsline. When you work with Janie, it's about going beyond investing. It's about connecting your life and your finances in a way that makes sense for you. The team partners with you through each stage of life to help you set and reach your financial goals. To learn more about the Laurel Highlands Wealth Advisory Group at Janie, be sure to check out their website at www.lhwag.com. Laurel Highlands Wealth Advisory Group of Janie Montgomery Scott, LLC, member FINRA, NYSE, SIPC.
Oak Pizza in downtown Uniontown is your one-stop shop for the most unique pizzas in the region. From the masterminds behind the Fat Angelo's franchise, Oak Pizza is the laboratory where the Fat Angelo's food scientists test their creations and let you be the judge. With traditional favorites like pepperoni and buffalo chicken pizzas to more experimental offerings like the sesame seed-infused Mad Pie or the spicy chicken pickle pizza, Oak has you covered. Order today at oakpizzas.com or by calling 724-439-5805. Your taste buds will thank you.
When you are looking to make some extra cash for your aluminum cans, visit Cherokee Recycling, where aluminum can is king. Cherokee Recycling is open Monday through Friday 9 till 5 and Saturdays 8 till 12 noon, closed Sundays and holidays. Give Marcus or Rags a call today at 724-439-3228 for Cherokee Recycling, where recycling makes the most sense.
Are you looking to list or sell your house? Now is the time to let the professionals at Caldwell Banker Laurel Ridge Realty help you with all of your real estate needs. Caldwell Banker Laurel Ridge Realty has two convenient locations to better serve you. In Uniontown area, 724-437-7100, or in Connellsville area, 724-628-7200, and speak with one of our real estate professionals. Visit our website, caldwellbanker.com. We have been proudly serving Western Pennsylvania area for over 30 years and look forward to helping you with all of your real estate needs. Broker Paul Borch.
For professional cleaning services, Clean and Shine in New Stanton is the place for you. They provide commercial and residential cleaning, porter services, carpet cleaning, stripping and waxing, construction cleanups, and car cleaning. For free estimates, call 724-691-0413, email info@cleanandshine14.org, or visit their website, cleanandshine14.org. We clean so you can shine.
And that's a wrap for the first hour of the afternoon drive show. It is the extended edition tonight. We're with you right up till 9:20. Not the longest show I've ever done. I once did from 1 to 7.
Yeah, you should be in the Radio Hall of Fame just for that.
Yeah, I guess so.
Next to Stern.
We'll talk when we come back. We've got, of course, CBS News, local news coming up at the top of the hour. We're going to check in with the National Weather Service after that. But in the meantime, they've come up with the first... what are these called? The Stars of Honor that they're going to have in the Strip District in Pittsburgh.
The Walk of Fame, like the Walk of Fame. Hollywood.
Yeah, the Walk of Fame. The first 10 they've come up with.
Yeah, Carnegie, Warhol, Clemente.
Well, don't give it away. We'll talk about that after the break.
We've had it in the news already.
Oh,
unfortunately.
right.
It was on
whatever.
It was on our air yesterday. Sorry you're late, Doug.
Well, we'll talk about that anyways and see what. And we'll give our analysis of the first.
Rick
10.
Seaback just missed it.
Yeah, I think he was on the committee that helped pick them.
I'm sure he was.
He's a good guy to do that. But first, CBS News from New York, followed by local news on your local station, WMBS, Uniontown.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Investigators are trying to determine why a gunman opened fire on people in a New York high-rise where the NFL is located, killing 4. Matt Piper has the latest on the investigation.
Investigators say the gunman, Shane Tamura, a Las Vegas casino worker, was carrying a handwritten note in his wallet that claimed he suffered from CTE, accusing the NFL of hiding the dangers of brain injuries in sports like football. New York City Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch says detectives are heading to Vegas to conduct search warrants.
The weapons used, an AR-15 style assault rifle, was assembled by Mr. Tamura using a lower receiver purchased by an associate. We have located that associate and others, and will be questioning him about that purchase.
Matt Piper, CBS News, New York.
British Prime Minister Keir Starmer said today the UK will recognize a Palestinian state in September if Israel doesn't agree to a ceasefire in Gaza.
The situation now is absolutely catastrophic, which is why I've taken this decision today.
More than 60,000 Palestinians have died. Hunger is growing even more severe, and many fear it's already too late for the international community to step in. This man through an interpreter.
We've been dead for 5 months, alive but dead. No one cares about us. After we died, there's an announcement about us. Where have you been all this time? You don't care about us. Where are the human rights? Where is the European Union?
It was another brutally hot day across much of the nation. Meteorologist Jessica Birch.
166 million Americans are under heat alerts today. Those feels-like temperatures can jump anywhere up to around 120 degrees.
The EPA has proposed revoking a key scientific finding that has a lot to do with what measures the government can take to address climate change, like limiting emissions from cars. EPA Chief Jeff Selden.
If finalized, today's announcement would amount to the largest deregulatory action in the history of the United States.
Zeldin said the finding put too many regulatory restrictions in place. Closing arguments began today in the trial of a Colorado dentist charged with killing his wife by poisoning her protein shakes. He's also charged with fabricating evidence to make it look like she killed herself. Prosecutor Michael Morrow.
Angela Craig was innocent. She had no part in her death, and the only person who says otherwise is this man, the person guilty of the ultimate betrayal, her murder.
Prosecutors say James Craig gave his wife the fatal dose of poison while she was already hospitalized. On Wall Street, stocks finished lower ahead of the Fed's decision on interest rates. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Well, warmer days are ahead, the kind of days when you'll be enjoying your deck or patio again, especially with retractable or fixed awnings from Lifetime Awnings. Made in the USA with manufacturers and customer guarantees, Lifetime Awnings products last. Lifetime Awnings is veteran-owned and operated with a 10% discount to all military veterans and their families. Lifetime Awnings, 724-554-6067. Call for a no-cost or obligation home consultation or email John, the owner, at lifetimeawningsusa@gmail.com.
Ready to update your home? Find what you need at Zen's Construction Warehouse. Their friendly, knowledgeable staff will be happy to help you the old-fashioned way. Zen's is open Monday through Friday, 9 to 5:30, Saturday and Sunday, 10 to 2. 485 Walnut Hill Road in Continental. Zen's Construction Warehouse, 724-366-8274. Or visit Zen's Construction Warehouse's Facebook page.
Zen's Construction Warehouse, our surplus, your savings.
1 in 10 Americans is now a millionaire. CBS News correspondent Michael Wallace has the story.
Who wants to be a millionaire?
The Swiss bank UBS says 23.8 million people in the U.S. have a net worth of at least $1 million, a 15-fold increase from 30 years ago. Each day, 1,000 Americans become millionaires, thanks largely to their rising home values and 401ks. But those 7 figures aren't what they used to be. As Michael Ashley Schulman at Running Point Capital Advisors puts it, $1 million is the new mass affluent middleweight class, financially secure, but 2 zeros short of private jet territory. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
A zoo in Nuremberg, Germany has killed 12 baboons because it had too little space to house them. The decision came despite protests. The zoo claimed it examined offers to take in some of the animals, but wasn't able to make any of them work. That sparked outrage from animal rights groups and zoo visitors. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
The award-winning local, district, and statewide news is brought to you by Clayton Homes of Bell Vernon. Is it time to find a home that fits your lifestyle? Visit Clayton Homes of Bell Vernon. You'll find special savings along with beautiful, energy-efficient homes packed with features you've been dreaming about at Clayton Homes of Bell Vernon, 4500 PA 51. And now the news.
And a good evening, 82 outside of our Davis & Davis studios at 6:05 on this Tuesday. I'm Nick Barczyk from the Davis & Davis studios. Davis & Davis, attorneys at law, voted Fayette County's best law firm 2024, your local station. WMBS, the Weather Watch, and the sports on the way in just a bit. The Fayette County Fair is ongoing today at the Fairgrounds in Dunbar. It's open until 10:30. This evening, the Diaper Derby is underway at 5:30. The obstacle course at 7, and Variety Pack Band performs 8:30 to 10. Carnival is open through 11 this evening. Regular admission is $20. Go online to FayetteFair.com for more information and silence your cell phone. A historic mail pouch barn has been restored by a Fayette County couple, preserving a piece of American advertising history. Tim and Becca Koski decided to restore the barn near Perryopolis after receiving significant attention from the community. Many residents viewed it as a local landmark. The barn, which features a hand-painted mail pouch chewing tobacco advertisement, had faded over time but has now been given a new lease on life with a fresh paint and repairs. The restoration is nearly finished, with only minor touch-ups remaining. The Koski family, they're pleased with the decision to preserve the barn in Fayette County, which continues to serve as an historical and cultural landmark. WVU Medicine Uniontown Hospital has received the American Heart Association's Get With the Guidelines Stroke Gold Plus Quality Achievement Award this year for its commitment to ensuring that patients that suffer from stroke receive the most appropriate treatment according to nationally recognized research-based guidelines, ultimately leading to more lives saved and reduced disability. Uniontown Hospital maintains its designation as a certified primary stroke center, offering exceptional care to patients in Fayette County and surrounding regions. The hospital also received the American Heart Association's Target Type 2 Honor Roll Award, which aims to ensure patients with type 2 diabetes receive the most up-to-date evidence-based care when hospitalized due to a stroke. Prices of housing around the U.S. and southwest Pennsylvania are starting to cool down. The S&P CoreLogic Case Shiller Index shows for May this year, the seasonally adjusted price of a residence rose 2.8% from last year, slowing from the 3.4% annual gain in April. Analysts say the declining rate of price increases is due to continued high interest rates, which is slowing demand and increasing the supply for houses. Movie theaters in southwest Pennsylvania rolling out 2-for-1 deals nationwide next month. Cinema United and the Cinema Foundation are teaming up to bring 2-for-1 concessions and additional discounts to movie theaters in the region, all part of an inaugural event August 22nd, being sponsored by movie critic website Fandango titled Date Night at the Movies. Theater groups hope the special event will increase ticket sales in an otherwise very quiet week at the box office. Ham salad that was sold in southwest Pennsylvania is now being recalled due to possible listeria contamination. The USDA's Food Safety and Inspection Service says the recall includes Newlyweds Foods, Riser's Food, Fine Foods ham salad, and Molly's Kitchen ham salad. There have been no confirmed reports of anyone getting seriously sick, but people who bought the salad urged to throw it away or return it where they bought it. A new study suggests eating eggs can help lower cholesterol and do other good things for your body and health.
That runs counter to decades-old advice to limit egg consumption because it can raise your risk of heart disease and stroke. But now a paper published in the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition adds to the growing evidence that eggs are actually good for you. Researchers say while the popular breakfast food may be high in cholesterol, they're low in saturated fat, which is believed to be the real driver of cholesterol elevation. The study suggests that eating eggs as part of a low saturated fat diet can boost your health. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Pennsylvania Game Commission this week announced the dates for Sunday hunting for the upcoming season. The commission said that from September 14th to December 7th, all Sundays in between those dates will be open to hunting. This will run through the second Sunday of firearms deer season. Game Commission officials said that migratory game bird seasons are the lone exception to the Sunday hunting dates. It is 6:09, 83 degrees, and the Weather Watch and Sports next on WMPS.
Is it time for your first home? Or time to trade up to a home that fits your lifestyle? It's time to visit Clayton Homes of Bell Vernon. You'll find special savings along with trade-in and trade-up deals. Imagine beautiful, new, energy-efficient homes packed with the features you've been dreaming about. Trade in and trade up at Clayton Homes of Bell Vernon, 4500 PA 51. Trade-in value toward purchase of a new home determined by resale value and evaluation by home center manager. Additional deposit may be required.
In sports, we have Bucko baseball tonight, second game of a three-game series. Out west in San Francisco, your Pittsburgh Pirates battling the San Francisco Giants. Bucks going for their fourth win in a row. After winning last night 6-5, they face the veteran righty future Hall of Famer Justin Verlander. Lefty Bailey Falter goes for the Bucks again, looking for win number 4 in a row this evening on the air at 9:20 with that, and the game at 9:45 on WMBS. Doug Saltzman live at Steeler training camp today at St. Vincent. He got to see 4 plays before the rain came. Steelers back at it tomorrow, and their night practice will be Friday night. Their first exhibition game, a preseason game, will be August 9th down in Jacksonville.
The local, district, and statewide news was brought to you by Clayton Homes of Bell Vernon. Is it time to find a home that fits your lifestyle? Visit Clayton Homes of Bell Vernon. You'll find special savings along with beautiful, energy-efficient homes packed with features you've been dreaming about at Clayton Homes of Bell Vernon, 4500 PA 51.
This Weather Watch is being brought to you by Centerville Clinics, offering yearly black lung screenings, diagnosis, education, and treatment options to help you live a fuller, healthier life. And now to the weather.
And right now it's 85 outside of our Davis & Davis studios, still under a heat advisory for the next few hours through 8 tonight. Overnight low tonight at 70 up to 90 with sun Wednesday, 71 overnight Wednesday. We have a gentleman from the National Weather Service on this hour. 84 on Thursday with some rain, 65 overnight Thursday. For the weekend, Friday, chance of rain, and only going up to 70, 77 with sun on Saturday, 81 on Sunday, and more sun Monday at 82. Right now, we're at 85 degrees at 6:11 on this Tuesday. And good evening from the Davis & Davis studios at your local station, WMBS. I'm Nick Barczyk. More of the afternoon drive show, a lot more, 3 hours more of the afternoon drive show with Doug Saltzman on the way next on WMBS. Help us and save us, cried Mrs. McDavis.
This Weather Watch is being brought to you by Centerville Clinics, helping you live a fuller, healthier life while providing care regardless of your ability to pay. Call Centerville Clinics today at 724-632-6801.
Go to Ford of Uniontown and trade me in.
John Clinton with Dominic Carbone from your 7-time President Award-winning Ford of Uniontown.
Hey John, Ford is running some great incentives right now. Listen to this, 2025 F-150, XLT, Crew Cab, how about 0% for 48 months? And you can do a rate and rebate combination of, get this, up to $9,000 off MSRP and these great rates. 3.9 for 60, 4.9 for 72, and only 5.9 for 84 months. That's a deal.
Dang, Dom, that's a deal. Okay, check this out. Let's talk about SUVs. 2025 Ford Escape Active. Let's take up to $5,000 off MSRP. Or Ford's offering 0% financing for 48 months.
Now, John, you know we're going to talk about our pre-owned. We have 60 and ready to roll. Most are certified with factory warranty, and we have fresh trades arriving daily.
Just a reminder, we offer mobile service and online maintenance appointments and are very popular pickup and delivery service. Your car knows, shouldn't you? That's Ford of Uniontown on the hill across from Applebee's, or check us out at FordofUniontown.com.
In 1986, the Firestone Insurance Agency in Normalville was started with a promise to provide clients with truthful, friendly, and courteous service. It worked. With an expanded client base, the Firestone Insurance Agency's customers are now able to choose from over 20 well-known insurance companies. So whether it be auto, home, business, or life, Firestone has you covered, and the promise to provide truthful, friendly, and courteous service is still in place. As an independent insurance agency, the Firestone Insurance Agency works for you. They do the shopping for you to save you time and a bunch of needless phone calls. Because let's face it, no one loves to shop for insurance. Call the office at 724-455-3900 or visit firestoneinsurance.net. Can't make it to Normalville? Let the Firestone Insurance Agency bring service right to your kitchen table. The Firestone Insurance Agency, 724-455-3900 or firestoneinsurance.net. Doing what is right for the customer. Finding the most affordable rates while making sure there are no coverage gaps so you are fully protected from the unforeseen.
Experiencing symptoms of COPD? Frontier Clinical Research in Scottsdale has been selected to conduct a clinical research study, and participants are needed. All study-related care will be provided at no cost, and no health insurance is required. Compensation up to $2,200 for qualified participants for time and travel. To learn more, call Frontier Clinical Research in Scottsdale at 724-220-5281. That's Frontier Clinical Research in Scottsdale at 724-220-5281.
The Somerset Trust Day and Fayette County Food Bank Day are happening at the Fayette County Fair Tuesday. Bring at least 3 canned goods and get in free until 2 p.m. The fair opens at 10 a.m. and one general admission ticket gets you everything. Heart-pounding rides, top-notch entertainment, and non-stop family fun. All for $20 at the gate. Come early and pay $17 from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Tuesday's lineup has something for everyone. The 4-H Horse Fun Show kicks off the fair in the morning. The carnival rides fire up at 3 p.m. Don't miss the Diaper Derby at 5:30 p.m. For speed enthusiasts, check out the ATV and side-by-side obstacle course at 7 p.m. in the outdoor arena. Or sit back and enjoy Variety Pack, an American band bringing a bold blend of classic rock, country, and party hits starting at 8:30. Don't miss a moment of the action. Ticket and schedule details at FayetteFair.com. The Fayette County Fair, July 24th through August 2nd.
Hour 2 of the 4-hour afternoon drive show on a Tuesday. Won't be with you tomorrow. Taking the day off.
Going to the fair?
I'm not.
Oh.
I'm going to a retirement dinner for somebody.
Oh, it's lovely.
Yeah, lovely.
You sound enthused.
The Pittsburgh Walk of Fame. Of course, it's for this whole region, the 10-county region.
Yeah.
And
so we're eligible technically.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The 2025 honorees, the first group to be inducted in the Pittsburgh Hall of Fame. If you're familiar with the Strip District in Pittsburgh, there's the old terminal building. I guess these stars are going to be on the terminal.
Just like Hollywood.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So the ribbon cutting, and mark your calendar, Monday, October 20th. Did you just hiccup on the air?
Maybe.
What was that noise?
Yeah.
So Monday, October 20th, 10:30 at the Strip District Terminal.
I'm not shutting my mic off, Doug. No, go
Here
ahead.
are their first 10 inductees. And I think they're all good choices. George Benson, of course, jazz musician from Pittsburgh. Nellie Bly, a pioneering investigative journalist. Andrew Carnegie did okay for himself. And gave away billions of dollars. Hundreds of billions when you adjust for inflation.
Has the big hall named after him in New York, and they mispronounce it on purpose because they're so highfalutin in New York. Carnegie.
Yeah, it's Carnegie.
They're ridiculous.
And there's Carnegie libraries everywhere.
Science Center, obviously.
The marine biologist who became well known as a writer and conservationist, Rachel Carson.
Is anyone here a marine biologist?
That's right. Roberto Clemente, of course. He's in the first class. Fred Rogers. Jonas Salk, of course, who polio vaccination. Andy Warhol, the legendary modern artist, pop art expert. And August Wilson, the renowned playwright, August Wilson from Pittsburgh's Hill District.
That is a great list. So Clemente, the only one not from Pittsburgh. But if you have an impact in Pittsburgh, you're eligible.
Right.
That's amazing.
And Michael Keaton. And
he made it.
Michael Keaton. And this is Doug's guess on why Michael Keaton. Of course, he's from Pittsburgh.
And he's a great actor.
He's a great actor. Has done all kind of levels of acting. People say, what about Gene Kelly? He's from Pittsburgh.
That's true.
And what about Jimmy Stewart? Is Indiana County part of that 10-county region? I'm not sure.
I would think.
But I would think Michael Keaton is going to be there for part and participate in the inaugural.
He's going to MC it, I'm
inductees.
sure.
So yeah, you get somebody who's still with us, who's agreed to be there, put him on the list. And he should be on the list anyways, eventually at some point.
He'd get in eventually.
Yeah, he'd get in. But no, I think he's a very good choice. And you want to bring attention to this thing, you have a big wig be part of it.
Yes, and he is a big wig.
And you mentioned earlier who a good guest would be Dennis Miller.
Yes.
He'd be a good one.
He'll get on it eventually.
Yeah,
I'm
eventually.
sure.
This and people we've had on this very program, I would think that Rocky Blyer might be on
Yes.
that list at some point.
Yeah, but how many Steelers do you put on? I mean, Rocky's had
Right.
contributions outside of football.
Exactly. That's
and the Steelers have their own,
That's
Hall
the
of
difference,
Fame.
right? And or I would think at some point, of course, that Rick Seaback would be on this list. I would think
He might, yeah.
might
Oh, he
be on this
should,
list.
yeah.
And who else? Well, I think who's been on our show might be on this. He's never been on our show, but I think Jack Bogut, of course.
Oh,
the
yeah.
morning guy for decades on KDK Radio. I guess we're not supposed to say those things.
Well,
but,
it's all
too
right.
bad. It's
The big
okay.
K.
Yeah, he's
so
not
many,
on anymore.
So many media people could make it. Pittsburgh has
Right.
a wealth of media personalities.
Right, and these are people who they say they have to be significant to Pittsburgh, but also nationally.
Sure.
But perhaps someone like that. But we'll wait and see what happens on this one. But these are the first 10 choices. I think all very, very good choices.
Absolutely. Can't go wrong with Andrew Carnegie and
No,
Nellie
Jonas
Bly
Salk.
and Rachel Carson. Yeah.
Andy Warhol still has the largest museum in the world dedicated to one artist.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it is. You have to be very open-minded when you go there. Hard to believe he died in 1987. And oddly enough, he is buried right in Bethel Park, about 5 minutes from where I live. A very simple, classic tombstone with two praying hands. And of course, his death was unexpected. He was having gallbladder surgery and died as a result of it. Born 1928, died 1987. Obviously, very young. But amazing amount of work. Considered one of the most important artists of the 20th century, known for transforming everyday consumer goods, celebrities into iconic works of art. Born and raised in Pittsburgh's Oakland, went to CMU and took art classes as a child at the Carnegie Museum of Pittsburgh. So, yeah, he's an interesting guy. And again, one of those places you could go to, the museum, the Andy Warhol Museum, but certainly you have to be open-minded when you go in there because there's some very, very interesting stuff. Joining us right now on the WMBS Newsmakers line from the National Weather Service Pittsburgh office at the Pittsburgh International Airport, meteorologist David Schallenberger. David, thank you for joining us. Another heat advisory day today and tomorrow. A little disappointed that you guys let it rain today. I was out at Steeler training camp. I saw 4 plays, and then they chased everybody off the field and the rain hit. I guess I can't really blame you for that. But, yeah, it was disappointing. But this weather we've had this summer, I know we'd say, oh, my gosh, it's never been this hot before. But this summer, whether it's setting records or not, is well above normal temperatures, I'm guessing, correct?
Yes, we have been dealing with at least some above normal temperatures.
Yeah, the amount of rain this summer too. I think we're always hearing about droughts, and you have to be careful. And you go up to the York Lake Dam and see how low the water is. That's not the case this year, for heaven's sakes. But in terms of weather and temperatures these last couple of days, and the rain we've had over the last couple of months, the rain at least is well above normal. Correct?
Yeah, for some it is. Like, for instance, like Wheeling, of course, Wheeling and Morgantown just went through some pretty heavy rainfall events over the past couple months. But there are some places out there that have been really hit and miss, and there are some spots, mainly in the north, when you talk about Mercer County and those places up north, they have actually been missing out on a lot of the rain. So it's been a real not one-sided summer for some. Sometimes it's quite a difference between one spot and another spot dealing with this summer.
Coach, this was before summer kicked in, but the storm on April 29th, I believe I have it, was incredibly intense and short. In fact, in most cases, I think most thought, there was a lot of rain, but it didn't last very long. But in terms of intensity, that storm on that day with the winds may not have been unprecedented, but the amount of damage, Duquesne Light losing 40% of its customers, 40% of their customers lost power. I've been to briefings at Duquesne Light since, and they said that was unprecedented. So in terms of the length of that storm, the impact was huge, was it not?
Absolutely. It was a very impactful event. In fact, we're still doing reviews on that event and working with Duquesne Light to be more efficient in the future with these type of events and have a better collaborative effort going forward.
Yeah, that storm, I at the peak of it, I happened to be driving on Interstate 79 across the Neville Island Bridge and following an 18-wheeler in front of me, and the back left tires came up off the ground. That's how hard that wind was coming across that bridge deck. And I actually hit my brakes thinking, this truck's about to tip over. even if the truck's empty, it takes some wind to tip over a truck driving on a bridge like that. But the winds that day, while they weren't tornadic, they certainly were at a level that's not seen very often, correct?
That is correct, yeah. We don't get too many of those around here. That was certainly an event that is uncommon for this area. I wouldn't say it's rare, but it's certainly uncommon.
Yeah, and the fact that it was so short-lived because it was moving so fast through the region. When a storm comes across, I don't know if you know this answer or not, how fast is it moving in miles per hour compared to that one that day? They said was incredibly fast-moving, not just the impact of the winds of the storm, but how fast it moved through the region. Much faster than normal. Am I right?
Yeah, that's correct. And a lot of times when you're dealing with those situations, you're dealing with very strong winds aloft, and those are your driving winds. So in that case for that day, it's very likely where we had a storm moving at close to 70 miles an hour and producing near 80 mile an hour winds. So if you already have a storm that's moving like anywhere between 60 and 70 miles an hour at you, I mean, that's just its motion. You're not even dealing with the winds within the storm itself. So you're probably always dealing with heavier winds.
I guess a layman like myself would compare that to, let's say it's a very windy day and the wind's coming at you and you stick your head out the driver's window going 60 miles per hour. The wind's going 30 miles per hour. You're hitting 90 mile per hour winds. I guess, is that one way to describe how an impactful storm like that is, or is that too simplistic? I'm pretty good at getting things too simple at times.
In a case like that, yeah, that's probably a pretty simple way to explain it, for sure.
Yeah, and when you think about the impact of that storm, again, most people, in fact, a friend of mine at a TV station thought, oh, okay, well, that's not as bad as we thought, until they found out the amount of damage, just because it moves through so quick. I mean, almost 100 miles of new line had to be installed by Duquesne Light, I was told, and let alone the thousands of miles that had to be put back up. When you're losing line and you have to replace the line, that's particularly damaging. There's one thing just to put up the line that came down, and they've never replaced so many telephone poles as they had to on that particular day. I guess it comes down to the times that where meteorology is a science, sometimes I guess it can be art as well, trying to figure out where a storm's going to hit, how long it's going to stay, and when it's going to go through. It's not a perfect science, but I'm always amazed at times how good you guys do get it. Nobody thinks about the times that the forecast is perfectly correct. They just think about the times. It may not have been perfectly correct, but that comes with the territory, I suppose, correct?
Yeah, it does. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, we certainly do get our kudos, but yeah, it can be a little difficult with these forecasts sometimes.
Yeah, it's amazing when you think over the years how they were able to do forecasting before, when they were simply using weather balloons and things like that. But you still use technology like that, correct?
Yes, we still use weather balloons. We still launch them, and we are still launching them here at the Pittsburgh office.
Yeah, I find that interesting. When I heard one of these interviews several years ago, they talked about we'll be launching a balloon at that time. I'm like, oh. I thought that was what they were doing at Normandy, trying to figure out when they should bring the troops ashore. But no, you still launch weather balloons. And this is way off the topic, but what does that tell you?
Oh, when you launch the weather balloons, what it does is it gives you basically a snapshot of the atmosphere at that period of time. And what that's going to tell you is that it's going to tell you your temperatures with height, your dew points with height, which gives you, of course, the amount of moisture. And then via GPS tracking, we can tell you how strong those winds are just by where that sun moves because of the GPS tracking. And then, of course, you have pressure. And then when you have all of those combined, it gives you something that looks like a graph, which we call skew-T. And it'll give you areas of how much instability you have, whether it's stable, where you're going to have clouds at, how strong the winds are, what is the orientation of those winds with height. If you have a day where you notice the winds at the first 1,000 feet of the surface, if they're only like 5 knots and you have very a moist atmosphere out there, you're probably going to have storms that day that aren't going to move a lot that could possibly lead to flooding. So they tell us a lot. And then they also go into the model production every day as well.
Yeah. Being naive on these things, I'm surprised that you can launch a weather balloon so near an airport, I suppose. But again, That's my not understanding fully how these things work. Obviously, it's a safe practice. As we do every time we talk to you or one of your colleagues at the National Weather Service, as we wrap up our discussions with you, we ask you to give the forecast, if you could, for our region for the next few days.
Absolutely. So what we're looking for the next few days is we're actually looking at just afternoon showers and thunderstorms, just like what we've been seeing today. There'll be few and far between tomorrow as well. That'll be the case on Thursday. We're just really in that pattern where we have that afternoon development. It's moist. It's very saturated. It's humid. So every day we have that afternoon potential, and every once in a while you get one of those days where it sits over one area, could create some flooding, or if we have a little bit of dry air up in the atmosphere, you could possibly get a downburst of anywhere between 40 and 50 miles per hour, which can knock down a tree or two. So that's something to be aware of. But then going into this coming weekend, starting Friday night and then all the way through Tuesday or at least Monday next week, we have some cooler weather and drier weather. So this weekend, Friday night through Monday night, looks to be coming up. Looks to be a very good weather-wise.
Yeah. As far as I'm concerned, as long as I can open my windows at night, then the temperatures are good. You know, anything over 72 degrees, room temperature for me is too hot. But again, I doubt if you guys actually control that. So we appreciate, David, you're taking time to join us from the National Weather Service, meteorologist David Schellenberger. Dave, thanks so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Coming up here in about 15 seconds, CBS News Brief at 5:31. Then we're going to check in with a guest we haven't had on before, Matt Galuzzo, President and CEO of Riverlife. We'll talk about that coming up on the Afternoon Drive Show. I'm Doug. That's Nick. Lanny Fratteri coming up in the next hour as well. Stick around for the news.
CBS News Brief. Police are learning more about the suspect who opened fire in a New York high-rise yesterday, killing 4 people. CBS's Jared Hill reports he left a note.
Police say his note accused the NFL of knowingly concealing danger to the brain and asked that his own be studied.
The shooting happened along Park Avenue, a less than 15-minute walk from where United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was shot and killed last December. U.S.-China trade talks continued today in Stockholm, with the U.S. team calling them constructive, but one official saying President Trump will make the final decision on an agreement. Bank rates. Mark Hamrick has a look at the latest consumer confidence report.
Higher confidence was really driven by consumers aged 35 and older and excluded lower income households, those making less than $15,000 a year.
On Wall Street, stocks finished lower ahead of the Fed's decision this week on interest rates. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
Pizza King's in Connellsville is your go-to lunch and dinner spot with a full menu of mouth-watering pizzas and so much more. Using a deck oven helps our pizzas stay extra crisp. So if you haven't tried a slice lately, what are you waiting for? From our 50-slice King Carnivore to veggie pizzas and even pickle pizzas, Pizza King has the pie to match your taste. Pizza King's, 1046 Morrell Avenue in Connellsville. Call 724-626-8343 or visit pizzakingswithaz.com.
Concerned about your heart health? At WVU Medicine, we believe your heart deserves world-class care, close to home and always within reach. Our non-invasive cardiology team uses advanced tests like stress tests and cardiac MRI to diagnose and monitor heart conditions without surgery. Call 877-WVU, the number 4HRT, or visit wvumedicine.org/heart.
When you are looking to make some extra cash for your aluminum cans, visit Cherokee Recycling, where aluminum can is king. Cherokee Recycling is open Monday through Friday 9 till 5 and Saturdays 8 till 12 noon, closed Sundays and holidays. Give Marcus or Rags a call today at 724-439-3228 for Cherokee Recycling, where recycling makes the most sense.
Hello, I'm attorney Jeremy Davis from the law firm of Davis & Davis. We've been helping the great people of Fayette County for over 45 years with personal injury claims. If you are hurt or injured, call our law firm for your free consultation. The insurance companies are not on your side. Call us today at 724-437-2799. Either myself or an attorney from our office will personally come out and meet with you. If you're in an accident or hurt, call us at Davis & Davis, 724-437-2799 for your free consultation. Let us fight for you.
Are you looking to list or sell your house? Now is the time to let the professionals at Caldwell Banker Laurel Ridge Realty help you with all of your real estate needs. Caldwell Banker Laurel Ridge Realty has 2 convenient locations to better serve you. In Uniontown area, 724-437-7100, or in Connellsville area, 724-628-7200, and speak with one of our real estate professionals. Visit our website, caldwellbanker.com. We have been proudly serving Western Pennsylvania area for over 30 years and look forward to helping you with all of your real estate needs. Broker Paul Borski.
Attention, active and retired coal miners. Have you been screened for black lung? Here at the Black Lung Clinic at Centerville Clinics, we offer yearly screenings, diagnosis, education, and treatment options to help you live a fuller, healthier life. We provide care regardless of your ability to pay. Call Centerville Clinics today at 724-632-6801. Do it today. Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience featuring the hottest table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and an exciting variety of premium slots. And after, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. The Casino at Nemacolin. Game on. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You know, we always try to have music coming out of the break that we think will be our next guest's favorite song. I'm sure he's a Led Zeppelin fan. I mean, who wouldn't be? That's right. Although you violated the Bill Madden from here at the radio station, never have lyrics in bumper music
That's
coming out.
Bill's rule. I have my own rules.
Yeah, you have your own rules. You do whatever you want.
Bill's been in the business longer than I've been alive, but what does he know?
Exactly. No, I think it's pretty close. What, you're 30 now, 29?
In December 30,
Well,
yeah.
happy
Where do my
birthday.
20s go?
And I think Bill's been around doing this for 33 years.
Is that right?
Is that what it is?
Wow. Well, Jim Morgan, I think, has been doing it since he was literally 15, like me, so probably 55, 60 years.
Exactly. Of course, you hear Jim on the weekends here.
Yeah, Sunday morning.
Filling in as well.
Keep working, Jim. I don't want to work Sunday mornings.
that's
Keep
right.
working. Don't retire.
Yeah, we keep telling Jim how good he is. We're not sure if that's true. We just don't want to work Sunday mornings.
I think he wants to quit working, fully, but it's not going to happen.
No. And he makes no mistakes.
No. He's
You
smooth
can
as
listen to an
silk.
entire broadcast of his. He does not screw up. I'll make
Smooth
more
as silk.
mistakes in this introduction coming up.
Well,
than he ever
I don't
makes.
want to say it. I'm glad you said it.
Speaking of which, joining us right now on the Afternoon Drive Show, on the Newsmakers line here at WMBS, the president and CEO of River Life. First time he's been with us, Matt Galuzzo. Matt, thank you very much for joining us. How are you today?
Oh, it's my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Good to have you on. We met each other recently at an event that had been postponed a couple of times because of the weather, and we just had a meteorologist on from the National Weather Service. Yeah, trying to do outdoor events these last few months have been a little tough at times. Now that we're living, I think, in the rainforest, I'm not entirely sure, or the Sahara Desert, depending what day of the week it is. It certainly seemed like the rainforest today. I keep ranting on this. I was up at Latrobe today for Steelers training camp. I saw 4 plays before they called off practice due to the rain. Not that I'm bitter. But Matt, let's talk about your organization, River Life, and the work it's done. It's been around quite a while. And it really is multifaceted what your group does. When people think of River Life, they just must put docks on the river. But your organization really goes across the spectrum, doesn't it?
Yeah, so we started 25 years ago, almost 26 years ago, as a task force for the city of Pittsburgh and philanthropy and business leaders, including Paul O'Neill Sr., John Craig, who was then the editor-in-chief of the Post-Gazette, Max King, who ran the Pittsburgh Foundation at that time, really started as a task force to reimagine what might be possible on Pittsburgh's riverfront. And over the past 25 years, we've invested a little over $150 million in the riverfront system, really with the focus on creating spaces, activating those spaces, and then celebrating what we believe as the calling card, the signature pieces of our region.
Yeah. When you talk about Paul O'Neill, you're talking about the former president of Alcoa, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
And he was Secretary of Treasury in the Bush administration as well. So yeah, that's a pretty highfalutin group you had there. And
and they really leveraged themselves early on as ambassadors for this region. And whether it was working on policy or fundraising or advocating for some of the amenities that we've come to know and love, they were, we're standing on the shoulders of giants for sure.
Yeah. When you talk about, of course, the rivers in this region, they always talk about the three rivers. When we're down here in Fayette County, we talk about the fourth river, the Yawk River. And the rivers and the riverfronts play such an important role. Whether you're in Pittsburgh near the stadiums and up and down those rivers and that corridor there, or whether you drive through the parking lot at Ohio Powell State Park, where on a standard weekend in the summer, you'll probably see license plates from 15, 16 different states. People come from all over because of our rivers and what they have to provide. Mayor Tom Murphy, mayor of Pittsburgh many years ago, always told the story about how his parents told him two things. Come home when the streetlights come on, and don't go near the rivers. Because at that time, swimming in the river might send you home sick when you think about the rivers were like back in the day. And I used to swim in the rivers in the 60s and 70s, and they were remarkably cleaner now. That is the one thing that allows us to get to the rivers now, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think Mayor Murphy has been a great ally and friend of this organization. Again, it was his task force that really that really led the creation of the organization. And, this is about understanding that the rivers remain working rivers, right? We have, I was just meeting with a barge operator the other day. These are working rivers. And as industry has changed over the last 50 years, viewing these as a complement, right? That recreation and respite, and really valuing these as a part of our, DNA, but also our history. That's our job. Our job is to really make sure that we are making the rivers as clean as possible, that we are creating safe opportunities for folks to come down and recreate or go to a Steelers game or a Pirates game. But that this is part of memory making for people when they come to the rivers. And so, there was a time, as you recall, where water skiing on the river or paddle boarding or kayaking was an anomaly. Now we're seeing weekends that are really filled with people doing those types of activities, which really speaks to the transformation that they've endured over the last couple generations.
And as you mentioned, it's clearly a working river, rivers, plural. When you think back in the 60s, more tonnage went by the point in Pittsburgh than any place in America. Raw tonnage going up and down the rivers. At the same time, pleasure boats going past those. And people think, those things, you see those barges, they move so slow. How efficient could that be? One barge is 70 trucks. So can you imagine large semi-trucks, 70 of them for every barge you see going down the river, and some of those tow boats, it's nothing for them to have 12 barges. So imagine 12 times 70. I can't do the math. But that's what would be on the roads if we didn't have those barges going down. But at the same time, while those are going down the rivers efficiently and eliminates pollution, you still have the recreation use of the river. It's strange to see. And if someone comes to Pittsburgh for the first time, they see barges going down the river one direction and somebody skiing behind it, a speedboat going the other direction. They find that sort of amazing.
We do want to keep the recreators out of the shipping channel, but I that story of complementing, really celebrating our industrial heritage, recognizing that it is a working set of rivers is actually really unique. We have visitors from other parts of the country and other parts of the world who are saying, okay, so how are you getting rid of that use? And I think they're stunned when we say, look, our job and sort of the elegance of this work is to ensure that all of these uses can exist, right? And that each of these uses gets what they need, not necessarily what they want, but what they need to thrive. And that I think it's served our organization. It has served this region to be able to approach it in that way.
Yeah, I guess I should make that very clear. We don't want anybody water skiing right next to a towboat. Let me put that. I didn't mean to imply that if it came across that way. But obviously they share the rivers, and of course the work and there's so many partners out there, the Port of Pittsburgh Commission or the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, who has sole responsibility for maintaining the depths of the river to make sure that they can be used commercially. It's just endless, and your job is not just on the river itself, but obviously on the shorelines and what can be available. So many of the shorelines are lined with railroads, and people say, well, why would they put the railroad so close to the rivers? I'm like, well, that's where it's the flattest, but in many cases they're back some, and you can again coexist with the river traffic, the train traffic, highways. When you take a look at the point there, one of the busiest urban areas in terms of multimodal, what happens and literally where the point is in downtown Pittsburgh. It's an example of how everything can coexist, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the railroad issue is one that Pittsburgh has faced for the last 140 years, right? So these exist. I think we've seen really creative ways of working with rails. We've also seen freight move in different directions over the last 50 years as well. And so, when there are opportunities to either coexist or replace with open space or parks or trails or, those are things that we do seek out. And, places like the Strip District, for example, that was really, rail dependent because you had all of that distribution, that went through the Strip District, and, Point State Park is the same way. Those places were carved up with rail lines. As those use patterns change, I think River Life and other partners like Friends of the Riverfront, the city of Pittsburgh, have really made it their charge to find new ways to use that space, open it up for public use and other things. And so, go ahead.
You don't see that too often. You were talking about the Strip District. I can remember as a kid, my dad driving in our station wagon down Smallman Street and a freight train going the other direction on the same street. That happens in Elizabeth, PA. You literally you're driving along a train next to a train. And not like a little fun train that you take a little tour on. These are freight trains going down the middle of the road. The organization, when you talk about projects and how you can start riverfront projects in your town, give us some idea of what your organization can do to help folks, and what would be a riverfront project in your town if somebody wants to work on something like that.
Yeah, I mean, so what we've found is that, the desire to be close to water, the desire to be close to our rivers is deeply held in our DNA as Western Pennsylvanians. And so, our work as an organization really starts with deep community engagement, really to better understand what people want from their city and what they want from their riverfronts. That we use those plans to secure resources. And, at the state level, there are great tools at the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources or with the Department of Community and Economic Development to really implement projects. And so, having a good plan and then finding resources are really the keys. In the state of Pennsylvania, we actually have a great tool that Senator Devlin Robinson and Senator Jay Costa have helped create and then bolster, which is the Waterfront Development Tax Credit. This is another source, in addition to public resources, where we can partner with corporations in Pennsylvania that have state tax liabilities. It provides a tax credit for companies to invest in waterfront projects. So that could be, that dock that you want on a lake, or that could be an amphitheater that is called out for in a community plan. provided that you have the local bank or a local manufacturer that has a state tax liability, they can invest directly into those improvements. That is a tool that is unique across this country. We're the only state that has that tool. And for us, it has helped advance some of our really critical either park rehabs or new investments on our riverfront, like the barge that you came to visit a couple weeks ago.
Sure thing. Yeah, the new one that opened up on the river. Right on the North Shore there. We are talking with Matt Galuzzo, President and CEO of River Life. Again, check out their website, riverlifepgh.org, riverlifepgh.org. There's many ways for folks to support your organization, things they can do. Give us some ideas if somebody wants to get involved with your group. How can they do that?
Sure. The easiest way is to hop on that website and click on our e-newsletter. The newsletter comes out on a monthly basis and really just provides opportunities for folks to either come out to an event that we're hosting, like we do an annual chalk festival where we bring chalk artists from around the country down to the riverfronts and they do chalk art on the sidewalks. It's a great free festival. We want folks to really enjoy our work. And of course, there are events that are fundraiser events. We have our Party at the Pier, which happens at the end of August, which is our gala. We don't have a speaker. We don't have awards. It's just a party on a roof that we do at the convention
Now,
center.
that's my type of thing. No speakers. Being in politics a lot of my life, I see these things. Yeah, if you can have a gala without a speaker, that's my type of thing. Nick, what do you think? I think this is a good one. Yeah, absolutely. You'd have more people going to galas if there weren't speakers, I think. Brilliant idea.
We throw a really nice party. I could say that. So Party at the Pier. And then, coming down to like a spot like Shore Thing, which is right next to PNC Park, we built a barge programming platform that has a food and beverage concession, and we have things like yoga and musical series as a part of that. Shore Thing is a great place to really see our work up close and personal.
Yeah. Of course, Pittsburgh over the years has had an effort to do this. Your organization has really brought it to the forefront. I remember Donzi's, the famous barge restaurant on the Allegheny River, which usually went down a very steep incline to get to until the river rose, and it'd be a very high incline getting onto it. That place is no longer with us, but that was one of the forerunners, correct? There was not a ballroom there, but there were certainly banquet rooms and restaurants and bars.
Pittsburgh has it has a really long and prodigious history of utilizing on-the-water programming. And Donzi's was the latest example, but you've got the Woodwind Symphony Orchestra barge, you've got the Pilot House. There's a whole I think incredible history that really sort of speaks to that industrial heritage that we're trying to celebrate, for sure.
And thankfully, those rules that Mayor Tom Murphy's parents had for him, stay away from the rivers, come home. You might still want to have the kids come home when the streetlights come on, but you don't have to stay away from the rivers as much as you used to. Make sure you know how to swim. Again, I have to put all these disclaimers in here. Sure. Yeah, exactly. Don't go swimming in the river if you're a kid. Have an adult with you.
It's still a work in progress. We treat the river with respect. It deserves that.
Yeah. So we appreciate, Matt, you're joining us today to talk about River Life. It was good to meet you recently at the ribbon cutting for Shore Thing. I forget what it was.
Thing, yeah.
There we go, Shore Thing.
Sure
I get it.
Yeah.
I've been there since. I just can't remember the name of it. But again, folks, check out the website, riverlifepgh.org, riverlifepgh.org. Great opportunity, and especially if folks want to get involved. And there's so many organizations out there to help clean up the riverbanks and all that sort of thing. Every year I'm amazed how many people get involved. We've done that with our kids over the years, cleaning up the riverbanks, especially after spring rains and thaws and floods and what have you. Matt, thanks so much. Yes.
The only thing I'll ask is next time, Zeppelin 3 is really where I want.
Zeppelin 3, Nicholas.
Zeppelin 3.
Good album, yeah.
That's an excellent album. Nick here, of course, is our producer who is obsessed with Led Zeppelin. And, of course, at the same same time, I always like to remind him that Led Zeppelin somehow never won a Grammy Award, for heaven's sakes.
Yeah, they didn't need it. Simon and Garfunkel needed it.
They needed
Boost
it.
their morale.
And the rest of them.
There we go.
So,
We're pulling up Immigrant Song here.
Immigrant Song's coming up. So if you can stick with us for a minute, Matt, we will get you
these darn ads.
Led Zeppelin 3. What's happening over there, Nicholas?
Well, YouTube.
You should have read our guest's mind and known that he wanted this song. All right, we'll finish
live
up.
version of Immigrant
That's great.
Live version of Immigrant Song.
There we go. Oh, yeah.
All right, there
That's
we
rock
go.
and roll, baby.
That's it. Hey, Matt, thanks so much. We appreciate. Don't sing, Nick.
Okay.
We appreciate your joining us today, Matt.
That was my pleasure.
Have a good evening.
My pleasure.
We'll talk to you
Take
soon,
care.
I hope.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
There you go.
Yeah, a guy likes Led Zeppelin. You got to like that.
Absolutely. We'll have him back on. Have him back on every
Yeah,
week.
now we'll have him back on as a result of it. Otherwise, forget it.
The litmus test.
That's right. We're going to take a break here. We're going to wrap up the second of 4 hours on the Afternoon Drive Show. CBS News coming up. But first, this is the Afternoon Drive Show on WMBS.
Do you have a job around the house that you just aren't sure how to tackle? Then it's time to call Fulham's Full Service, your Best in Fayette Gold Medal winner for professional maintenance and handyman. Fully licensed and insured, owner Cody Fulham does it all, from home renovations and repairs to landscaping and auto detailing. Needless to say, he's ready to help you. Call Fulham's today at 724-466-4194 and follow them on Facebook to learn more about their projects and the work they can do for you. Red Rooster Dumpster and Hauling are the ones to call when you need a dumpster. Red Rooster offers fast, friendly service and provides medium-sized dumpsters that will fit your needs, whether it's a general remodeling project, emptying a house, or doing a summer or fall cleanout. Just call Red Rooster Dumpster and Hauling at 724-569-0337 for rates and availability. Red Rooster Dumpster and Hauling in Smithfield also offers a 5% military discount. Call 724-569-0337 and look for the Red Rooster.
Warm weather is finally here, and with it, the opportunity to upgrade your lawn or yard with a new fence from All Around Fence Company. Conveniently located at 7896 National Pike, Uniontown, All Around Fence has been installing quality residential, commercial, and farm fencing for more than 45 years. Offering residential fencing including chain link, decorative aluminum, steel, and more, All Around Fence has a fence for you. All Around Fence is also your one-stop shop for Neutrina products and carries livestock, equine, and pet supplies too. So whether you need to upgrade an existing fence, add a new gate, or are looking to install an all-new fence, All Around Fence has the answers for you. Visit them Monday through Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. and Saturdays from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. or give them a call at 724-439-0331. To learn more, visit allaroundfence.com.
Concerned about your heart health? At WVU Medicine, we believe your heart deserves world-class care, close to home and always within reach. Our non-invasive cardiology team uses advanced tests like stress tests and cardiac MRI to diagnose and monitor heart conditions without surgery. Call 877-WVU, the number 4HRT, or visit wvumedicine.org/heart.
CareerLink is your one-stop resource for employment and training-related services. Visit CareerLink and you'll have access to many programs and agencies for assistance with economic, educational, and job-related needs. For more information on all the programs available to you, contact CareerLink at 724-434-JOBS. That's 724-434-JOBS.
Mountaintop Title and Notary can handle all of your motor vehicle and PennDOT needs, such as titles, plates, renewal, registrations, and all notary needs. Tina Nicholson of Mountaintop Title and Notary can also handle ATV and boat titles and also does income taxes. Hours are Monday through Friday, 9:30 to 4:30, and appointments can be made for after hours and Saturdays. Mountaintop Title and Notary with a new location at 655 Nelson Road in Farmington, the only place you need to go for all title, notary, and tax work. Call Tina at 724-984-1514 for the most professional services around.
WMBS.
That's not our microphone outside the window. That's Riders on the Storm, of course, by the Doors. You know, that's one of those guys. who people say, oh, he's a terrible talent. He couldn't sing. It was awful. And
Jim Morrison, he's fantastic.
I know. I don't understand.
Yeah,
when
rock
people say
critics
that.
don't like the Doors. They're full of it.
Yeah, it's when you think there was a cover of a Rolling Stone magazine back when it was a Rolling Stone magazine. Now I think half their articles are political in nature. But there was a picture of him on the cover of Rolling Stone. It said, Jim Morrison. He's sexy, he's hot, and he's dead. And because he died in 69, but like in the late 70s, early 80s, that was his biggest ever. Just a couple years ago, last year, the Doors were one of the top earning artists because they sold their book of music.
Oh, yeah.
But despite the fact, what was it, 68, 69 when he died?
Something along that.
Mama Cass died.
Janis Joplin, Jimi Hendrix.
Janis Joplin, Jimi Hendrix, they all died in the same year. Very young. Or they died all at 29.
27 Club.
Or something.
Yeah.
It's something,
They all
something,
died at
something.
27.
I don't know what
You'll
it is.
get it.
I'll get it at some
Somebody's
point.
calling it.
Coming up in the 7 o'clock hour, we're going to check in with our good friend Lanny Fratteri. He, of course, for many years was the voice of the Pirates and now a retired communication professor from Waynesburg College. But we're going to talk to him about the upcoming Pony League World Series right next door in Washington County. Then we're going to talk to Uniontown native Jim Berger, who's now a photographer, and he wrote a book called Long Journey Home, Tales of Growing Up in Uniontown, Pennsylvania. We were talking about that. We were reporting on it just last week. So we're going to check in with Lanny and Jim in the 7 o'clock hour. Then we're going to have Pirate Talk in the 8 o'clock hour, leading up to the Pirates pregame show at 9:20. We're going to check in also with John Wayner, Pirates broadcaster as well. We'll talk to him from the West Coast. 5:40 p.m. out on the West Coast, and we talk to him tonight at 8:40. In the meantime, you're listening to the extended version of the Afternoon Drive Show. I'm Doug. That's Nick. News is next. Stick around.
In deadly New York City shooting,
a suicide note spoke to a possible motive.
Surprise announcement by UK Prime Minister.
The UK will recognise the state of Palestine.
From the southeast to the northeast.
It's blazing hot.
This is the CBS World News Roundup Late Edition. I'm Jennifer Kuiper. 4 people, including a New York City police officer, are dead after yesterday's shooting in a Midtown Manhattan office building, the city's worst mass shooting in 25 years. The gunman, Shane Tamura of Las Vegas, died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. CBS's Matt Piper.
The suspect attempted to target the NFL offices inside the high-rise but used the wrong elevator. New York City Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch says he appears to blame the NFL for an alleged brain injury.
A suicide note found in his possession at the scene spoke to a possible motive in the shooting and may explain why he targeted NFL headquarters. In that note, Mr. Tamura claimed to be suffering from CTE, possibly from playing high school football, and he blamed the NFL.
Matt Piper, CBS News, New York.
CTE is the brain disease caused by repetitive trauma to the head and is currently diagnosed after death. Dr. Ann McKee with the Boston University CTE Center adds,
the most common symptoms of early CTE are inattention, poor judgment, depression. There may be some behavioral changes.
Authorities say the shooter had a documented mental health history. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer says his country in September will recognize Palestine as a state if there is no ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas.
I want to ensure that this plays a part in changing the conditions on the ground and making sure that that aid gets in, making sure that there is hope of a two-state solution for the future.
President Trump tells reporters that he did not discuss the decision with Starmer during their bilateral meeting in Scotland. Gaza's health ministry says the death toll in the territory has passed 60,000 with no ceasefire in sight. Ross Smith of the World Food Program.
This is unlike anything we have seen in this century. It reminds us of previous disasters in Ethiopia or Biafra in the past century.
A record-breaking heat wave scorches the southeast U.S. and stretches north. We're in Newark, New Jersey at a rec center pool.
The pool is like a very nice and chill place to relax in.
EPA Chief Lee Zeldin says he is revoking a finding that greenhouse gases endanger your health.
If finalized, today's announcement would amount to the largest deregulatory action in the history of the United States.
Stocks fall on Wall Street ahead of tomorrow's Fed interest rate announcement. Now this.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Consumer confidence improved slightly in July, but there's still concern about the impact of tariffs. Bankrate's Mark Hamrick.
Higher confidence was really driven by consumers aged 35 and older and excluded lower-income households, those making less than $15,000 a year.
The Conference Board says its consumer confidence index rose to 97 in July, up from 95 the previous month. Texas Republican Senator Ted Cruz and Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy unveil legislation dedicated to strengthening aviation safety. CBS's Chanel Call.
This bill would essentially now require all aircraft, including military helicopters, to not only be equipped with ADS-B, which, by the way, is an advanced aircraft tracking technology, but also be required to use it when they're flying near commercial traffic.
This comes 6 months after the collision between an American Airlines jet and a military helicopter over the Potomac River near Washington, D.C. You're listening to the CBS World News Roundup.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Seems like back to school happens earlier each year.
First day of school coming in hot.
And this year my kids had massive supply lists.
Folders, notebooks, and pens. Oh, the humanity.
But Staples had everything I needed, with some items just 25 cents.
Watch the small print.
No. My back to school budget was saved by Staples Easy Button.
Everything for school, in stock and as low as 25 cents. Staples.
That was easy.
In store, online, and on the app. NC 23 while supplies last.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
The family of 12-year-old Jason Carr, who died from a brain-eating amoeba, say they want more answers. His mother says Jason died after swimming in a lake in South Carolina this month, and they don't want this to happen to anyone else.
We definitely want the public to know that there are major risks swimming in Lake Murray and any other body of water or any other lake that's around as well.
South Carolina says it's the first known case in the state since 2016. The Colorado dentist accused of killing his wife by gradually poisoning her wanted out of a marriage he felt trapped in but didn't want to get a divorce because of money and image concerns. That, according to a prosecutor, during closing arguments in the murder trial of James Craig, defense attorney Lisa Fine-Moses.
If you take the blinders off, if you take the perception off, and you step back and you look and you think, it is not as simple as they would like it to be.
Time on the roundup, 7 minutes past the hour.
Do you hear that? Asthma triggers are everywhere, from dust mites, pet dander, and pollen, to smog and smoke. An asthma attack can strike anywhere, anytime. Be prepared with quick-acting Primatene Mist. Clinically proven to open airways quickly. It's the #1 FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again. Use as directed.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Mint Mobile Unlimited Premium Wireless. How did you get 30, 30, bet you get 30, bet you get 20, 20, 20, bet you get 20, 20, bet you get 15, 15, 15, 15, just $15 a month? Sold!
Give it a try at mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
A dating discussion app has taken its messaging system offline after a second security problem is reported. CBS's Allison Keyes explains.
The T-app is meant to let women safely discuss the men they date, but it has confirmed that not only were tens of thousands of images exposed in a security breach, but some messages between users discussing everything from abortions to phone numbers could be accessed as well.
It's better safe than sorry.
Michelle Castillo at the media production and consulting firm TIWWG says if you were part of the breach,
make sure that your passwords are different across different platforms.
Allison Keyes, CBS News.
Starbucks says it's confident that new products coming next year, including a cold foam protein drink, coconut water-based beverages, and improved baked goods, will help turn around the company's lagging U.S. sales. Slow U.S. demand continues to be a drag on the company's results. That's the World News Roundup Late Edition for Tuesday, July 29th, 2025. I'm Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
As loved ones age, it's important to make sure that they're getting the care and attention that they need. Hillside Manor Personal Care Home aims to make your loved ones as comfortable as possible while still receiving superior care. 4 specialized levels of care and the services of an on-site certified registered nurse practitioner means that care is personalized on an individual level. At the same time, residents can enjoy a hospitable environment. Themed after a small town, the interior of Hillside Manor features a 50s-style diner, movie theater, and common areas. High-priority safety and security measures ensure the safety and protection of all residents and staff members 24 hours a day, and friends and family are encouraged to make frequent visits. If you're looking for a clean, friendly, and safe place for your loved ones, look no further. Hillside Manor Personal Care Home is ready to meet your needs. Call 724-439-2273 for more information. They look forward to meeting you.
For economy, price, and quality service, call Economy Furnace.
What's more fun than a summertime bucket list? Did you know that adding a new air conditioner from Economy Furnace to your summer bucket list is a really cool move? Especially if your current unit is old or inefficient? Economy Furnace Heating and Air has partnered with Amana, which is known for reliable performance, high energy efficiency, strong build quality, and competitive pricing. Not quite ready for a new unit? Then don't forget to add a manufacturer-recommended AC tune-up to that summer bucket list. Let us take the worry of a summertime meltdown and keep you calm, cool, and comfortable all summer long. Economy Furnace Company is local and family-owned. Call Economy Furnace Heating and Air at 724-438-4575. At 724-438-4575.
For economy, price, and quality service, call Economy Furnace.
This is a Radio PA News Update. The trial for the man accused of hitting and killing South Philly lawyer Mario D'Adamo III while he was cycling in FDR Park is set for today, but the victims' families fear another delay. Thomas Ford is charged with a 2023 crash and is accused of driving under the influence. Ford has pleaded not guilty and requested a continuance. The D'Adamo family hopes the legal process brings some closure nearly a year after Mario's tragic death. And what impact would raising the state's minimum wage have on its residents? John Schaefer has the results of a new study.
A new report finds raising Pennsylvania's minimum wage to $15 an hour would benefit over 865,000 workers, many in essential roles in raising families. The state's $7.25 minimum wage has been unchanged for 16 years, even as lawmakers receive annual raises. Claire Kovach is with the Keystone Research Center.
More than 8 out of every 10 workers who would benefit from a $15 minimum wage in Pennsylvania are not teenagers. Women work the majority of jobs that would see a wage increase, as they are overrepresented in low-wage work, especially service and care sector occupations like childcare and healthcare.
The report says single parents and home health aides would also benefit.
A man is in custody after a SWAT standoff early Sunday in Pittsburgh's Garfield neighborhood. People say that he barricaded himself after a domestic incident. The woman was hospitalized with head injuries and charges are expected. And the Penn Trafford community is in mourning after the sudden loss of TJ DeTruff, a 41-year-old assistant freshman football coach who passed away Saturday in his home in Hempfield. DeTruff coached at Penn Trafford for 3 years and previously played and coached at Jeanette. Funeral details are not yet available. Donations to support his family are being collected by the Penn Trafford football boosters. I'm Juan Arango, and you're up to date with Radio PA.
due into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text REP to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text REP to 321-321. That's REP to 321-321.
Would you like to win $1 million this summer? Get to Live Casino in Greensburg for our Summer Fun Collect and Win. Every Saturday from July 12th through August 30th, earn 500 tier credits for a chance to win tons of prizes, including $100,000 cash or $1 million cash dollars. Make Live Casino your Saturday destination this summer and you could become a millionaire. Only at Live Casino, Route 30 at Westmoreland Mall. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
For professional cleaning services, Clean and Shine in New Stanton is the place for you. They provide commercial and residential cleaning, porter services, carpet cleaning, stripping and waxing, construction cleanups, and car cleaning. For free estimates, call 724-691-0413, email info@cleanandshine14.org, or visit their website, cleanandshine14.org. We clean so you can shine.
Welcome back to the Afternoon Drive Show on your local station, WMBS, the extended version tonight. We're with you right up until 9:20 for the Pirates pregame show. First pitch, 9:45 on the West Coast, of course, taking on the Giants. Pirates on a 4-game winning streak. We'll see if they can 3-game winning streak. Trying to make it 4. Thank you to Nick Barczyk giving me the correct date. Not that I ever make mistakes, but on that rare occasion that I do, it's good to have you over there, Nick, straightening things out for me. Joining us right now, a frequent guest of ours, good friend for over the many years on the Afternoon Drive Show. Of course, longtime voice of the Pittsburgh Pirates, now retired communication professor of Waynesburg College, Lanny Fratteri. But for a guy who's retired, you seem awfully busy, Lanny. I can't quite figure this out. You're rotten at being retired.
Well, I enjoy, by the way, Doug, before I jump into your question, I want to thank you for your support since my devastating fire in late March. You've called me several times to check on me, and I appreciate that. Back to your point, I love announcing baseball, and am very fortunate that the folks at the university, the folks at West Virginia University, thought I was capable enough to do their television for them on ESPN Plus. And also that the folks at Pony Baseball have invited me over the years to do the television, which I'm honored. We'll have games this year on the Pittsburgh Sportsnet channel on KDK Plus. I have 11 games I'll be doing of the 17. And it's a real honor for me to be a part of it.
There is no better position in sports than announcing. I cannot truly enjoy a sporting event unless I am announcing the game. And that's a quote from you, Lanny Fratteri. It is exciting.
Yeah, I'm not a sports fan. I have learned over the years that I just can't go to sporting events and just sit there. I just can't. When I'm home, I might pop around and watch some sporting events on television. And when I'm driving in the car, listen to some sporting events on the radio. But unless I am, I went to a Pirates game, the White Sox series almost 2 weeks ago. A good friend of mine invited me, and we had seats behind home plate, and and I had to keep score because I had to be doing something. I had to do at least the scorekeeping, which is emblematic of how I approach announcing baseball. I've been keeping score since I was just 10 years old. My dad taught me how to keep score right away when I got interested in the game of baseball.
Nick, last game, Nick and I were out here. Nick, you scored the whole game.
I do. I
love scoring the games.
Too, yeah.
I took back in my days of being a lobbyist. I went to one of the All-Star games, and I was sitting there with an elected official, and he had never scored a game. He said, "Well, can you teach me how?" I'm like, "Well, an All-Star game's probably not the best game to learn how to score a game. Yeah. There's 123 players getting in. Half of them, are pinch runners and they're relief pitchers. But it is one of those great things to do is score a game. And I've done it forever. To this day, I'll sit by myself on my back deck and score a game. I don't know, just something about it. And I don't always have to agree with the official score. I'm like, especially if I'm watching the game, that was an error. So I go with my own rules on that. But you're right. It is fun to do more than just watch the game. I certainly agree with you on that.
Well, and the bottom line really to keep you score is that everybody can have their own system as long as you are religious about the 9 numbers relating to the defensive positions. But if, I ground ball to second, it's 4-3. Ground ball to short, 6-3. Fly ball to left field, it's a 7. But how you want to, how you want to keep score and the techniques you want to use. I remember somebody once telling me that Phil Rizzuto at time, somebody looked at Phil Rizzuto's scorecard one time. Phil, the former Yankee shortstop and then voice of the Yankees for a long time, and he had on his score sheet NW, and the guy said, "What's NW mean?" And it means not watching. So
that's tremendous.
Yeah, that's good.
It can be anything you want it to be. I've always, when I was a Pirate broadcaster, I encouraged parents and grandparents to teach their kids how to keep score. Because I maintain that there would be no finer memorabilia, than if a young boy of 12 years old kept score with his dad at a Pirates game, and kept that scorecard, and filled in the date and had all the names of the players. That 10 years down the road, that 22-year-old, and then 20 years down the road, that 32-year-old would have great memories, and this would be an outstanding piece of memorabilia.
Well, and you mentioned keeping score and the different methods. Also, different people that you've worked with, I understand, over the years have different methods. You said Steve Blass would have an elaborate book with different colored pens, and you once said Bob Walk.
No, Steve, no.
Steve, maybe I got that wrong. But I know Bob Walk, you said, would throw up his scorecard halfway through the game.
Yeah,
if the game got boring.
first of all, let me explain. Greg Brown has an elaborate book. But nobody can read it. Steve Blass used to kid Greg all the time that nobody could read his scorecard.
I see.
Because it wasn't neat, but it worked for Greg. Bob Walk, every major league team prints up a scorecard and hands it out after the batting orders have been announced. And Bob Walk, if he had a bad game, it could be the 5th inning or the 6th inning, would just rip it up. No, Steve used pencil. Matter of fact, Steve Blass used Bob Prince's scorecard. Bob passed it on to him, and Steve would save the scorecards for a series, and then, if the game, if somebody did something really spectacular, it wasn't uncommon for Steve to give that player the scorecard. And I'll say this to you, by the way, this is something I learned from Steve. I did a high school championship game this year at the Wild Things ballpark. And the young man that pitched the no-hitter.
Wow.
And I sent my scorecard to the head coach, who told me he was going to get it framed and give it to the young man. And if that really did happen, I'll be real thrilled that this young man, as I said, years down the road is going to, show his kids, hey, in high school in a championship game, I pitched a no-hitter, and here's the scorecard from a major league announcer. And I signed it and extended congratulations.
He'll be sitting in a rocking chair someday in a nursing home with that same scorecard. I have a feeling.
You mean for me? You're talking about for me like tomorrow, right?
No, not really. No, but I do have to disagree with you. You said if it's a fly out to left field, it's just 7. No, I put F7.
Yeah,
because
F7.
it could also be L7 because that's a line out. Yeah,
or
so
if it's in foul territory, an FO, foul out.
Yeah, I hate
whatever.
to disagree with Lanny Fratteri on that one,
well,
but you'll have to make adjustments on your scoring technique. Now that I've given you advice on on that one, let's talk about the Pony League World Series coming up. You've been involved in this for quite a while, haven't you?
I have, and I love it. I love. There are 10 teams, and there are 13 players on every team, and I make it a point to talk to all 130 players. Admittedly, when it comes to the Chinese Taipei players and players from foreign countries, there is usually an interpreter that travels with the team, and I have an opportunity to use that interpreter. I want to tell stories about the young men. I want to find out about their parents. Find out if they play other sports or maybe play a musical instrument. I'm not, I think the game at times gets overrun. The game gets choked by statistics, and that was always my belief, and it's even more so my belief now because of the obsession that baseball has with launch angles and distances of home runs and velocity off the bat. I think that's absurd and not a big deal. It shouldn't be all that big a deal. But I like to tell stories. I did when I was a Pirate broadcaster, and I got to know the players. I even got to know the players' wives. Introduced myself to a lot of the players' parents. I wanted to. Phil Garner, for example, the great second baseman of the Pirates, his dad was a Baptist minister, and when I met him, I wanted to talk to him about his life and what it's like to have a son that plays in the major leagues. And Jeff King, his wife was a former Miss Texas, and she was an avid baseball fan. She knew a lot about the game, and I enjoyed talking to her to find out what it was about the game that she and her dad shared so many great memories enjoying baseball. And then she ends up marrying a guy that was a number 1 draft pick and had a real strong career, most of it with the Pirates.
And I know your strong commitment to announcing everybody's names correctly. You've said that to us a few times over the years in our conversations. The least that you said an announcer can do is pronounce someone's name correctly, whether it's a major league player or it's a Pony League player. You should say their name correctly, and heaven forbid.
And one of the challenges, Doug, of that, and when I've done high school sports and do Pony, is that sometimes the coaches don't know how to pronounce their kids' names.
Right. I've run into that.
I'm sure that's the case.
And so the coaches, at some was the name of this is how a young man's name is pronounced, and they just assumed it was correct. And I have found at times that the coaches are wrong. What I do, by the way, what I worry about when I do Pony is because I want to make sure that I'm in step with the public address announcer, and I also talk to the guys that do the radio play-by-play. But one of the things I do when I talk to 130 players is I ask them about pronunciations, the Steins and the Steens, and very often, by the way, I think you guys know that if a person has a last name with 2 vowels back-to-back, that very often the first vowel is silent. For example, Bruce Fleming was a major league umpire, and for years people called him Bruce Froeming, but it was Fleming, because it was Froeming. It was Fleming. No, it wasn't Froeming. It was Fleming. So, I'm a strong believer that if you're going to be an announcer, you're going to be on the air, you owe it to your audience to make sure that you're correct about and do your homework to make sure that you're prepared to do the job extremely well.
Yeah, we're talking to Lanny Fratteri about a number of topics, including, of course, the Pony League World Series. And whatever you do, we never say the word unbelievable. During any broadcast. It's amazing how often that term is used.
Is there anything that could happen in a baseball game, Lanny, that you would think was unbelievable?
No.
Nothing.
No.
Not even the
earthquake. I mean,
4 home run game like the kid had for Oakland or the A's the other day.
No, I mean, if it happened, I mean, as I've told you before, I mean, very often if an announcer says something that a player did it unbelievable, he's basically insulting the player, saying that player shouldn't have been able to do that.
Yeah.
But hey, can I just quickly jump in about Dave Parker for a minute?
Of course you can.
Absolutely. Please go ahead.
Dave Parker, I've been really upset about this for a long time because we've talked about this, but I'm so upset with the baseball writers. Dave Parker should have been inducted years ago.
Yep.
And here it is. He's inducted by the executive committee, and he dies before the induction ceremony. And the baseball writers that didn't vote him in should be ashamed of themselves. Dave Parker was a Hall of Famer all the way. Played the game hard, great numbers, a winner all the way. And the fact that he had to wait for the second committee to vote him in, and then he dies. And I was at Jimmy Leland's induction ceremony last year, and I know how big a deal it is for the Hall of Famers to get together and meet each other and to parade down Main Street and then to give the speech at the induction ceremony. Dave Parker didn't have that chance. Dick Allen didn't have that chance.
Yeah.
And I just think it's time now for somebody to step up and change the way the Hall of Fame balloting is conducted in baseball.
Yeah, they say, of course, it was his drug use, maybe his drug abuse that caused that. But if he had cancer, they wouldn't delay his induction. I mean, a drug addiction is a disease like alcoholism and what have you. And that should not be a reason to delay someone getting into a Hall of Fame because they had a disease. They wouldn't give you that disease if you blew out your knee or if you had a severe case of pneumonia.
It should be about your baseball playing and nothing else.
Exactly.
And I mean, OJ is still in the Football Hall of Fame, for goodness sake.
That's why I agree with you on that, Lanny. It doesn't make any sense, first off, that only one person has ever gotten unanimous votes to get into the Hall of Fame, or that a Hank Aaron wasn't unanimous into the Hall of Fame, or Roberto Clemente. Yeah, the system just seems, some player upset some writer one time because he wouldn't give him an interview, so I'm not voting him in the first ballot. It just seems ridiculous. You don't get better because you've been retired longer. I don't understand the process, and I tell you, we had on Steve Blass talking about these same topics, and it drives him nuts as well.
Yeah, it's as a matter of fact, you look at it. Danny Murtaugh should be in the Hall of Fame.
Oh, absolutely.
He won 2 world championships. If he had won 2 Super Bowls, there'd be no question he'd be in Canton, Ohio, as a football head coach. I think Kent Colby should be in the Hall of Fame. One of the games were in great relief pitchers. But and the NFL Hall of Fame, they have a minimum number of players that need to be inducted every year. Baseball doesn't do that. So that I'm not trying to cheapen the honor of being a Hall of Famer. I'm not trying to do that at all. But as I said, here's the problem too with the guys that are voting for the Hall of Fame now. In the old days, the guys that were voting for the Hall of Fame were guys that traveled with baseball teams, saw 162 games. And now you've got guys voting who, if they watch 10 games a year, it's probably on television.
Or it's a synopsis of the games, right?
So it's totally unfair. My argument is, what you should do is you should have 1/3 of the vote be the writers, 1/3 of the vote be the living broadcasters, the current major league broadcasters, and 1/3 of the vote be the previous Hall of Famers, the previous Hall of Famers, and so that the guys that are alive now, that are in the Hall of Fame, that know what the standard is, should be a part of that voting. For example, the Ford Frick Award, when they induct an announcer every year into the Hall of Fame, it is the former Ford Frick winners that vote for who gets the award every year.
Yeah,
and that's right, and that's the way it should be.
Yeah, that makes absolute sense, and especially Murtaugh. We've had Tim Murtaugh on several times over the years. Tim's a political consultant and analyst.
Yeah, and I don't agree with Tim politically, by the way, but yeah, I mean that's not the point. The point here is that Danny Murtaugh belongs to the Hall of Fame.
Absolutely, he does, and it's a shame that that he's not. I don't know if he ever will be.
And don't minimize, don't minimize the fact that. Bob Prince went into the Hall of Fame after he died, okay? Don't minimize the fact that it is a big deal for someone who has dedicated their lives to their craft to have that moment in the spotlight, to have that moment in the sunshine. It is a big deal. And don't minimize the fact that Dave Parker was denied an opportunity in his life and would have been even more meaningful considering that David was suffering from Parkinson's late in his life, to stand there in front of the baseball world as a Hall of Famer.
Right, exactly. Lanny Fateri joining us on the Afternoon Drive Show. We always enjoy our conversations with you, Lanny. You gave us some extra time today. We appreciate that.
I have to pay for that?
No, you're good.
It's free.
We'll prorate it.
That's
what we do.
Okay, all right.
So, hey, Lanny, thanks so much. We really do appreciate it.
Anytime, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Lanny. Good luck, buddy. Thank you.
Hey, do you see those pictures? Speaking of Dave Parker, you see those photos of his son?
Identical.
Oh, my gosh.
It's just like him. I did see that.
At that age, they could have been twins.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I mean, it was almost eerie seeing that photo of his son.
It looked like Dave when he was 28 or something, 30.
Exactly. Yeah, that was amazing seeing that. Hey, coming up next, we're going to check in with a Uniontown native named Jim Berger. He's now a photographer and author out of Baltimore. He's got his book, Long Journey Home, Tales of Growing Up in Uniontown, Pennsylvania. But first, this is the Afternoon Drive Show on WMBS.
Hi, everybody. This is Matt Sapienza, WMBS's Morning Man, here to remind you of the letters for this week's Name It and Claim It Scrambled Word Game. We're going into the teens in letter count this week. We have 13 letters in this week's puzzle. 13. So try and unscramble these into a proper word. Listen up, listen close, listen carefully. N as in nation. A as in America. E as in eagle. T as in tonight. N as in now. E as in entertainment. T as in tie. I as in inside. N as in near. R as in run. M as in metropolitan. E as in eclair. And T as in Tom. Those letters make up one word. You must use all the letters in your answer. No proper names, please. You want to get in on this week's contest? I'm sure you do. So here's what you got to do to enter. Just send in your answer along with your name, address, and phone number to Name It and Claim It, WMBS Radio, 44 South Mount Vernon Avenue, Uniontown, Pennsylvania, 15401. Or if you really feel like it, you can drop your answer off personally here at the WMBS broadcast house at that very same address. Either way, make sure your cards get in by 4 p.m. this Thursday, July 31st, the end of the month, an easy date to remember. Our prize this week is a set of 4 tickets for the Pittsburgh Zoo and Aquarium. They're valid through next March, so get in on this contest. Enter as many times as you like. No purchase necessary at all from WMBS.
Would you like to win $1 million this summer? Get to Live Casino in Greensburg for our Summer Fun Collect and Win. Every Saturday from July 12th through August 30th, earn 500 tier credits for a chance to win tons of prizes, including $100,000 cash or $1 million cash dollars. Make Live Casino your Saturday destination this summer and you could become a millionaire. Only at Live Casino, Route 30 at Westmoreland Mall. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
For professional cleaning services, Clean and Shine in New Stanton is the place for you. They provide commercial and residential cleaning, porter services, carpet cleaning, stripping and waxing, construction cleanups, and car cleaning. For free estimates, call 724-691-0413, email info@cleanandshine14.org, or visit their website, cleanandshine14.org. We clean so you can shine.
Here's a business looking for a customer.
Hi there.
Here's a customer looking for a business.
Hi.
And that's where the Better Business Bureau comes in. The BBB connects people with businesses they can trust. That's why 2023 IABBB research found 80% of people choose BBB accredited businesses over non-accredited ones with the same A+ letter rating. Live happily, better after. Always look for the sign of a better business because it's looking out for you. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
WNBS.
I remember being at a Pink Floyd concert out of the Vet in Philadelphia. They used to float this enormous pig over the stadium.
It was on one of their album covers,
Yeah, that was sort of an odd thing to go up and see this massive pig floating.
Everyone in the crowd was, a little inebriated. Maybe you are, and you're pure.
Well, they were looking up saying, "Dear God, what is that thing hanging over our heads?" I want to thank Lanny Terry for joining us here on the Afternoon Drive Show, talking about the upcoming Pony League World Series over in Washington County. Make sure you check it out. He'll be announcing the games on the Pony League World Series TV network, or whatever it's called. I'm sure you can track it down. I want to thank him for joining us. Now joining us, however, on the Afternoon Drive Show on the Newsmakers line, a native Uniontonian. Is that what we're called? We'll go with it. Uniontonian?
We'll go with it.
That sounds pretty good. Now a photographer and author out of Philadelphia, joining us to talk about his book, Long Journey Home, Tales of Growing Up in Uniontown, Pennsylvania, Jim Berger. Jim, thanks very much. How are you tonight?
Good. How are you?
Good. We were reporting during our newscast recently, last week, about your book coming out and talking about your growing up here in Uniontown. There's something special about this region. Now, I know everybody says stuff like that, but when you think about some of the folks that have come out of this town, George Marshall, for heaven's sakes, one of the great generals, if not the greatest general, maybe George Washington was up there. The Big Mac.
Yeah, he was quite good too.
Yeah, he was okay. And the Big Mac came from Uniontown, but that's a whole other matter.
Right.
But first off, Jim, what area did you grow up in the city? Here?
I did. I grew up in Craig Meadows. I need to tell you one thing before we get started. I'm in Baltimore, Maryland.
What did I say?
Philadelphia.
Oh, my heavens.
The other guy was.
Well, I'm sorry. I knew it was Baltimore. I got Baltimore on my notes. Why would I say Philly?
You said Philly because you were talking about your Pink Floyd concert.
My Pink Floyd concert.
You're in your heart. You're still
because I don't like Philly at all. I like
Philadelphia.
I like Baltimore.
Baltimore's all right.
Inner Harbor. I floated around on one of those little boats. I'm sorry. I don't know why I said Philly. It's embarrassing. Go ahead. Thank you for. Now, I have no problem with people correcting me on the air, especially guests. Oh. Yeah, I'm serious. I don't care.
So I was born and raised in Uniontown. And I grew up in Craig Meadows. That's the neighborhood right below the Uniontown Shopping Center.
Not far from our station.
Right the corner. And I grew up on Union Street, the last house on the right hand side.
The last house on the right. I think it's a historic marker in front of it.
There is.
Right.
Jim Berger plaque.
Jim Berger. Yeah, it has you there. Now in Philadelphia. I'm going to get that correct though. Yeah. Yeah, Baltimore, for heaven's sakes. Go ahead, continue. Right. I digress.
Well, I didn't want to. I just wanted to clarify.
I'm glad you did. No, I have no problem with
that. The reason I say some of the book is about reminiscences about the old neighborhood, and so I wanted to establish that I grew up at 456 Union Street. And a lot of the stories came out of there.
So your time here and growing up, and of course, I always talk about there are $1 million reviews all over Uniontown. When you look up at the vistas, and I tell this story, I've said I don't know how many times. There's a Target shopping center, and there's a dollar store right next to it, and I'm looking out at the view out that parking lot. And I said to the woman cashier, I said, "You have a view here that's mind-boggling." And she said, "I know. Nobody has a view that's good. I've got a window that's enormous, and I'm looking out at those mountains." I said, "Yeah, that's not a bad gig." Whether you're on the 64th floor of the U.S. Steel Building looking out or at a dollar store, it doesn't matter. That's a view. And that's what's amazing about this area.
Yeah, I love the views. You're right about the views and the vistas in Baltimore because in Uniontown,
Philadelphia or somewhere
in Uniontown because it's so hilly, and standing up there and in all sorts of weather. I always thought, even as a kid, I thought Uniontown was just very cool looking. With the mountains kind of hulking over you from different different perspectives. I would watch. I could see the colors and the leaves changing just from my front door in Craig Meadows, and just being in the other neighborhoods around. Because I had friends all over town, and just seeing what the town and what the mountains look like from all different views.
Yeah. How did you decide to write this book? What prompted you? Is this your first book?
No, it's not my first book. I wrote I moved to Baltimore the day after I graduated from Uniontown High School.
Oh.
And I was just going to be here for 4 years, and things really went my way. I was very successful. I worked for a couple newspapers, and I built a life here. So my first book was about Baltimore and all the characters that I've met. And then I wanted to do another book, and it was going to be called Home, and about the concept of what makes a place home, because I've only lived in two places, Uniontown, Pennsylvania, and Baltimore, Maryland. So I started pulling all these stories together, and I had so many Uniontown stories. I thought, I'm just going to go for it. I'm going to go for it, and I'm only going to write a book about Uniontown and the things that I remember. And I had photographs that I had shot over the years, and then I filled it in with some others. And that's what caused this book. That was the catalyst for this book, was just photographs and reminiscences about what it was like growing up there. And it's a very loving look at Uniontown. But you don't have to be from Uniontown to enjoy this book either, because it's the themes of time passing and friendship and loss, the way things change over the years, things that are gone, and that's what some of this is about. Here in the book, and it's different. Yeah, that's the in a nutshell, that is the book.
Yeah. We were talking with Jim Berger, of course, Uniontown native. His book, which folks can get information about right now, Long Journey Home, Tales of Growing Up in Uniontown, Pennsylvania. I know your website is burgerphoto.com, but if folks want to get on your list to get this book, how should they go about that?
I'll tell you, the people in Uniontown, it is being sold by my dear friend, Melinda Mahoney. She has an antique shop and vintage items store at 20 West Penn Street. It's called Retro, and the book is, she has books on hand there, and that's really, I think, the best place for now to get it is just to go down and buy it direct in town. She has exclusive rights to sell this book. Now, if someone wants to go to the website, they can send me an email, and I will be able to direct them to the printer and or the publishing house, and they can send one through the mail. But if somebody in Uniontown is itching for one, go see Melinda Mahoney at Retro.
There we go. That's easy enough. I've been to Retro. Nice place.
Yes.
There aren't too many antique shops or retro places or thrift shops I haven't been to in the southwestern PA. It's one of my crazy hobbies. When you talk about you don't have to be from Uniontown to enjoy the book, when you write a book like this, you read a book like this, you think, oh, yeah, that's my hometown. I lived in that same town. I just happened to be in Nebraska. It's that sort of thing. Right. You can always make a connection. This might seem like a funny connection. There was an episode of MASH, and Alan Alda was talking to one of the patients, and And this guy said he was from Idaville, I don't know, Nebraska. And he said, Idaville, Alan Alda, the actor, said, yeah, they have the greasy fries at that diner at the edge of town. And when the spotlights come in, when the new cars show up at the Studebaker dealership, and the dances at the VFW. And the guy said, well, when were you in Idaville? He said, I wasn't. I grew up in the same town in Maine. So
exactly.
Everybody can make a connection.
Exactly. I know. And it doesn't even have to be. It doesn't even have to be a small town. I think that someone could read this book that grew up in London, England, and they're still going to remember hanging out with their mates and or running around and getting into mischief. Or this book talks about places where you could go to eat or do something, and now they're gone. A movie theater that you would go to on a date, and now it's gone. It's things like that. It's not just small towns. It's about the passage of time and friendship. So I do. I'm not saying that everyone in the world can read this book and love it, but it is certainly not just a book for people that live in 15401. And nowhere else.
And I you caught my attention there when you said about it doesn't matter how big the town is. Charles Kuralt wrote a book about nobody lives in New York City. They live in a little neighborhood in New York City. They live in this 5-block section of New York City. And he talked about that in his book about how that doesn't matter where you are. You have these little neighborhoods. Pittsburgh is famous for 122 different little neighborhoods. Some have 12 houses, some have 4,000. But every city, no matter how big or small it is, has their neighborhoods. You talked a moment ago, and you basically said the same thing. You did not grow up in Uniontown. You grew up in, and what was the neighborhood you called it on Union Street?
Craig Meadows.
Meadows, right.
Yeah.
So everybody has that, little thing. And I near us, we had Wheaton Drive and New Wheaton Drive when I grew up, And they didn't connect, but they were both called Wheaton Drive. We called the one New Wheaton Drive because that's where the fancier, more expensive houses were. And we used to joke that's where the rich people lived. We lived on the other side. And but everybody has that growing up in their town. So again, folks, if you want to get a copy of the book, go to Retro and you can grab it there. Of course, the website, as you mentioned, too. But we'll let them have the exclusive rights to the book at Retro, and they can go pick it up there on Penn Street. A great place. I've been there, as I said, over the years. Used to work just about a block away from it back in the day in Uniontown. So photography, obviously, in addition to your putting the words in this book, obviously your photography's in this book. Which do you think is more prominent part of this book?
This book is pretty heavy on the words, but I had to photograph. I had to take photographs of things. I might be writing about something that happened to me when I was 10 years old, but I went back to places as they are right now. For instance, there's a story about I went to grade school at Craig School at the near Union and Craig Street, and it's not even an elementary school anymore. It's an apartment building, but I photographed it because I didn't have any photographs. I didn't shoot any photographs of it when it was still a school. But so it's like that. I also write about the Holiday Inn, and the Holiday Inn is gone. I told a story about Bailey Park, and the photo that I shot this year, just to illustrate. But the story itself was when I was in grade school. So it's that kind of thing. And then there are also photos where I went back and I revisited something that I shot a long time ago. For instance, there was one New Year's. It was a New Year's Day in let me see here. It was 1973, New Year's Day, 1973, and it was you know how bitter cold New Year's Day can be in Uniontown.
but New Year's Day in 1973 was unseasonably warm, and people were just out doing things that they wouldn't normally do simply because they could do them. And these two young ladies were roller skating on the parking lot at Third Presbyterian Church, Renee Nypover and Lana Lowe. And I photographed them. I took a photo of them in 1973, and I got them to come back, and I shot them last year in 2024, standing in the same place. And you can see how back then the parking lot was just this desolate area. There wasn't anything around it except parking spaces and a basketball hoop. And now there's an entire neighborhood that has been built down there. So that too shows the passage of time and illustrates their friendship, that after all these years they're still friends and came back and posed to reenact the same photo.
You know, I have trouble remembering my four daughters' names. I can remember New Year's Day, 1973. I was 10 years old. My dad and my Uncle Bob put a CB antenna on our house roof that day. Because, right, it was like in the 50s and 60s that day.
Yeah,
New Year's Day. How do I remember that day of the week?
Isn't that crazy? Yeah, because so often it would be just, snowy or rainy, really, really gray and awful. And everybody was just out having a good time.
Yeah,
so,
that's sort of strange that I would remember that, but I can remember. And we have a picture of my dad sitting on the roof with his one leg down the one side, one leg down the other, and they're putting up a CB. Back when you would put CB antennas on your roof.
Yeah, back when you would put CB antennas on.
Nick,
roofs.
what does CB stand for?
Great question.
Citizen Band.
Citizen
Band.
Band.
This was a question for Nick. We knew you knew it, Berger. We didn't know.
I've heard of CB radios.
Citizen Band is what
Citizen Band.
KAJJ 9482 was my CB call number. Now, how can I remember that?
Heaven. KTX 2167.
There we go.
Wow, look at you. Look at you guys.
No, it's burned in.
Yeah.
Burned
I couldn't remember Jim Berger was from Baltimore, but I could remember somehow. I could remember that.
Well, you keep in your head what you care about. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yes, because that's so important.
Yeah. That's What was your handle? Then we're way getting off topic. Mine was Radar.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, Captain Midnight.
Is that was your handle on the? Mine was Radar. I liked Radar O'Reilly on MASH. As you can tell, I'm a fan of MASH. But that was mine. Mine was Radar. As we really got off the topic, but we're talking about Long Journey Home, tales of growing up in Uniontown, Pennsylvania. Pick it up at the Retro Store on Penn Avenue in Uniontown, or go to Jim Berger's website, burgerphoto.com. You can also, of course, get it there. Well, this has been a great conversation, Jim. Thanks so much for joining us today. We appreciate it. Look forward to reading the book, that's for sure. And it's good when folks remember the homes and the places where they come from. It's so important, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah. Well, thank you very much. This has been a real pleasure.
You're welcome, Jim. Have a good evening. Thank you.
You too.
Captain Midnight joining us on the Afternoon Drive Show. Jim Berger. burgerphoto.com. Hey, we're going to take a break here, come back, wrap up hour number 3. We're going to do Power Talk in the next hour. We're going to talk to Bill Hughes from the Herald Standard, and then we're going to check in from the West Coast, John Wayner from the Pittsburgh Pirate broadcast team. But first, this is the Afternoon Drive Show on WMBS.
Nagy service stations, Nagy Gas and Oil, Nagy Propane, and Beer Necessity, located on the mountain by Fort Necessity, extends their best wishes to the Fayette County Fair Board, 4-H clubs, and the numerous volunteers for another successful fair and 4-H auction. A locally owned family company, Nagy Gas and Oil, has been serving the area since 1942, and they invite you to check out any of their locations throughout the county. For more information, call Nagy Gas and Oil at 724-437-7241.
In 1986, the Firestone Insurance Agency in Normalville was started with a promise to provide clients with truthful, friendly, and courteous service. It worked. With an expanded client base, the Firestone Insurance Agency's customers are now able to choose from over 20 well-known insurance companies. So whether it be auto, home, business, or life, Firestone has you covered, and the promise to provide truthful, friendly, and courteous service is still in place. As an independent insurance agency, the Firestone Insurance Agency works for you. They do the shopping for you to save you time and a bunch of needless phone calls. Because let's face it, No one loves to shop for insurance. Call the office at 724-455-3900 or visit firestoneinsurance.net. Can't make it to Normalville? Let the Firestone Insurance Agency bring service right to your kitchen table. The Firestone Insurance Agency, 724-455-3900 or firestoneinsurance.net. Doing what is right for the customer, finding the most affordable rates while making sure there are no coverage gaps so you are fully protected from the unforeseen.
Concerned about your heart health? At WVU Medicine, we believe your heart deserves world-class care, close to home and always within reach. Our non-invasive cardiology team uses advanced tests like stress tests and cardiac MRI to diagnose and monitor heart conditions without surgery. Call 877-WVU, the number 4HRT, or visit wvumedicine.org/heart.
The Somerset Trust Day and Fayette County Food Bank Day are happening at the Fayette County Fair Tuesday. Bring at least 3 canned goods and get in free until 2 p.m. The fair opens at 10 a.m. and one general admission ticket gets you everything. Heart-pounding rides, top-notch entertainment, and non-stop family fun. All for $20 at the gate. Come early and pay $17 from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Tuesday's lineup has something for everyone. The 4-H Horse Fun Show kicks off the fair in the morning. The carnival rides fire up at 3 p.m. Don't miss the Diaper Derby at 5:30 p.m. For speed enthusiasts, check out the ATV and side-by-side obstacle course at 7 p.m. in the outdoor arena. Or sit back and enjoy Variety Pack, an American band bringing a bold blend of classic rock, country, and party hits starting at 8:30. Don't miss a moment of the action. Ticket and schedule details at FayetteFair.com. The Fayette County Fair, July 24th through August 2nd.
Are you interested in earning your degree online or finishing your degree? Take your career to the next level at Salem University. Salem University offers more than 50 online degrees and certificate programs. Learn how you can advance your career with degrees in nursing, business, education, criminal justice, and IT. Salem has 4-week classes starting once a month. Contact Salem University by dialing 844-462-9128, option 1, or visit salemu.edu to see if you are eligible for our partnerships offering tuition scholarships.
That's a wrap for hour number 3 of the Afternoon Drive Show. Pirate Talk coming up. The talk show before, before the pregame show coming up at 9:20. News is next.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by ZipRecruiter.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. Shane Tamura traveled from Las Vegas to New York City, where authorities say he opened fire in a Midtown Manhattan office building yesterday, killing 4 people, including a police officer, before turning the gun on himself. New York Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch.
Here in New York, we're executing search warrants on his car and the 2 phones that he left at the scene. This information will give us a detailed picture of how and why this happened.
CBS's Matt Piper.
The New York City Police Commissioner says 2 groups of detectives are heading to Las Vegas, where the suspect drove from, to conduct interviews and to do a search warrant at his home. She also says the AR-15 style assault rifle used was put together with the help of someone he worked with, and says detectives will question that man about the gun.
Tamura was apparently targeting the NFL headquarters and carried a note that suggested he had the brain injury known as CTE. Japan says a magnitude 8 earthquake has hit near Russia's Kamchatka Peninsula, and a tsunami advisory has been issued. UN-backed food security experts say the worst-case scenario of famine is currently unfolding in the Gaza Strip. CBS's Deborah Patta reports from a Jordanian Air Force plane dropping aid into Gaza.
This is roughly the equivalent to 1 truck victory Gaza, and they need around 600 to enter every single day for a sustained period, as they are going to make any day in this situation.
A CBS News analysis of surveillance video of Jeffrey Epstein's jail cell where he died reveals contradictions between officials' descriptions of the video and the video itself. CBS's Scott McFarlane.
Our CBS News investigation finds that there are some issues with whatever that video was that was released by the U.S. Department of Justice. Was it an original or was it a copy? Forensic reviews of the video indicate it was a copy of a video, not the raw original thing. That's a pressing issue because the deputy FBI director said they were going to release the raw video. There's metadata and indications of edits.
Republican Senator Ted Cruz and other officials unveil aviation safety legislation in response to the January 29th tragedy near D.C.'s National Airport. It would require all aircraft to be equipped with advanced aircraft technology and also use it while in flight.
Make no mistake, there cannot be a double standard in aviation safety. We should not tolerate special exceptions for military training flights operating in congested airspace.
In Florida, the Coast Guard says the owners of a sailboat and a barge that collided in Biscayne Bay yesterday, killing 2 girls at a sailing camp, are working with commercial salvage to draft a plan to have both vessels removed. This is CBS News.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
As loved ones age, it's important to make sure that they're getting the care and attention that they need. Hillside Manor Personal Care Home aims to make your loved ones as comfortable as possible while still receiving superior care. 4 specialized levels of care and the services of an on-site certified registered nurse practitioner means that care is personalized on an individual level. At the same time, residents can enjoy a hospitable environment. Themed after a small town, the interior of Hillside Manor features a 50s-style diner, movie theater, and common areas. High-priority safety and security measures ensure the safety and protection of all residents and staff members 24 hours a day, and friends and family are encouraged to make frequent visits. If you're looking for a clean, friendly, and safe place for your loved ones, look no further. Hillside Manor Personal Care Home is ready to meet your needs. Call 724-439-2273 for more information. They look forward to meeting you.
Funeral plans have just been announced for the Prince of Darkness.
The city council in Ozzy Osbourne's hometown of Birmingham, England, says fans will be able to pay respects tomorrow when a hearse carrying Ozzy's remains drives through the streets accompanied by a brass band. The procession will culminate at the Black Sabbath Bench, a tourist attraction dedicated to the band. Birmingham's Lord Mayor says it'll be a fitting and dignified tribute ahead of a private funeral. He says the Osbourne family is covering all costs for the procession. Ozzy died last week at the age of 76. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
On Wall Street, SoFi Technologies rallied today, but Merck and UPS fell following a jumbled set of profit reports. Treasury yield sank in the bond market as the Federal Reserve began a 2-day meeting on interest rates. Reports suggested the U.S. economy remains solid but is slowing. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
Main Street Theater Company presents Anything Goes, live on stage at the State Theater Center for the Arts. Anything Goes is delightful, delicious, delovely. The age-old tale of boy meets girl with music, dance, laughs, and some of Cole Porter's greatest hits. I Get a Kick Out of You, Friendship, It's Delovely, and Anything Goes. August 1st and 2nd at 7 p.m., August 3rd at 2. Tickets are just $20. Buy online at statetheater.info or call the box office at 724-439-1360.
Nagy service stations, Nagy Gas and Oil, Nagy Propane, and Beer Necessity, located on the mountain by Fort Necessity, extends their best wishes to the Fayette County Fair Board, 4-H clubs, and the numerous volunteers for another successful fair and 4-H auction. A locally owned family company, Nagy Gas and Oil, has been serving the area since 1942, and they invite you to check out any of their locations throughout the county. For more information, call Nagy Gas and Oil at 724-437-7241.
Hi, everybody, this is Matt Sapienza, WMBS's Morning Man, here to remind you of the letters for this week's Name It and Claim It Scrambled Word Game. We're going into the teens in letter count this week. We have 13 letters in this week's puzzle. 13. So try and unscramble these into a proper word. Listen up, listen close, listen carefully. N as in nation. A as in America. E as in eagle. T as in tonight. N as in now. E as in entertainment. T as in tie, I as in inside, N as in near, R as in run, M as in metropolitan, E as in eclair, and T as in Tom. Those letters make up one word. You must use all the letters in your answer. No proper names, please. You want to get in on this week's contest? I'm sure you do. So here's what you got to do to enter. Just send in your answer along with your name, address, and phone number to Name It and Claim It, WMBS Radio, 44 South Mount Vernon Avenue, Uniontown, Pennsylvania, 15401. Or if you really feel like it, you can drop your answer off personally here at the WMBS Broadcast House at that very same address. Either way, make sure your cards get in by 4 p.m. this Thursday, July 31st, the end of the month, an easy date to remember. Our prize this week is a set of 4 tickets for the Pittsburgh Zoo and Aquarium. They're valid through next March, so get in on this contest. Enter as many times as you like. No purchase necessary at all from WMBS.
This is a Radio PA News Update. The trial for the man accused of hitting and killing South Philly lawyer Mario D'Adamo III while he was cycling in FDR Park is set for today, but the victims' families fear another delay. Thomas Ford is charged with a 2023 crash and is accused of driving under the influence. Ford has pleaded not guilty and requested a continuance. The D'Adamo family hopes the legal process brings some closure nearly a year after Mario's tragic death. And what impact would raising the state's minimum wage have on its residents? John Schaefer has the results of a new study.
A new report finds raising Pennsylvania's minimum wage to $15 an hour would benefit over 865,000 workers, many in essential roles in raising families. The state's $7.25 minimum wage has been unchanged for 16 years, even as lawmakers receive annual raises. Claire Kovach is with the Keystone Research Center.
More than 8 out of every 10 workers who would benefit from a $15 minimum wage in Pennsylvania are not teenagers. Women work the majority of jobs that would see a wage increase, as they are overrepresented in low-wage work, especially service and care sector occupations like childcare and healthcare.
The report says single parents and home health aides would also benefit.
A man is in custody after a SWAT standoff early Sunday in Pittsburgh's Garfield neighborhood. People say that he barricaded himself after a domestic incident. The woman was hospitalized with head injuries and charges are expected. And the Penn Trafford community is in mourning after the sudden loss of TJ DeTruff, a 41-year-old assistant freshman football coach who passed away Saturday in his home in Hempfield. DeTruff coached at Penn Trafford for 3 years and previously played and coached at Jeanette. Funeral details are not yet available. Donations to support his family are being collected by the Penn Trafford football boosters. I'm Juan Arango, and you're up to date with Radio PA.
Into reoccurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text REP to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text REP to 321-321. That's REP to 321-321.
Tune in to WMBS Saturday mornings at 8:20 for Your Financial Future with Gary Boatman, certified financial planner, investment advisory representative, syndicated columnist, and author, as he addresses such income issues as planning for retirement, future healthcare expenses, avoiding financial pitfalls, and much more. That's Your Financial Future with Gary Boatman, Saturday mornings at 8:20 right here on WMBS, where Gary Boatman welcomes your calls at 724-243-3075. That's 724-243-3075.
Main Street Theater Company presents Anything Goes, live on stage at the State Theater Center for the Arts. Anything Goes is delightful, delicious, de-lovely. The age-old tale of boy meets girl with music, dance, laughs, and some of Cole Porter's greatest hits. I Get a Kick Out of You, Friendship, It's De-Lovely, and Anything Goes. August 1st and 2nd at 7 p.m., August 3rd at 2. Tickets are just $20. Buy online at statetheater.info or call the box office at 724-439-1360.
I got an email from somebody here at Radio Saltzman at gmail.com. And it said earlier that I should change my shirt because I had coffee stains on the front of it. So I did change my shirt.
Looks great.
As I try to do, as I'm told by our listeners.
Mickey's teeing off.
Yeah, if you're watching on Facebook Live, this is Mickey Mouse golfing.
Yeah.
This shirt probably cost me, I don't know, $100, at Disneyland and the round of golf.
Is there anything at Disney that's affordable?
Probably even
is a bottle
more.
of water like $18?
Yeah, I don't want to think about it. Well, somebody said they tuned in partially through when we were talking earlier about the new Pittsburgh Walk of Fame, which is Pittsburgh's version of the Hollywood Walk of Fame. And these are the 2025 honorees, the first group to be inducted into the Walk of Fame. There's going to be a ribbon cutting and inductions ceremony Monday, October 20th at the Strip District Terminal at 10:30 a.m. So, Nick, I think we should cover that live.
I'm there.
So here are the first 10 inductees. Musician George Benson, born and raised in Pittsburgh's Hill District, noted jazz musician who is still with us, born 1943. Nellie Bly, the pioneering investigative journalist who broke gender stereotypes, died in 1922. Andrew Carnegie, we've heard that name, industrialist and philanthropist. Industrialist Andrew Carnegie, who died in 1919, led the expansion of the American steel industry in the late 19th century. When he sold his company to J.P. Morgan, it became the first billion-dollar company. Rachel Carson, a marine biologist who's known as a writer and conservationist. Of course, she's from Springdale in Allegheny County. Roberto Clemente, baseball player, humanitarian. Michael Keaton, famously known for his title roles in Batman, Birdman, Beetlejuice. Michael John Douglas, one of his first jobs was working in the Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood show. And Fred Rogers, television host, producer, author, ordained Presbyterian minister. Jonas Salk, who died in 1995, led the medical research team at the University of Pittsburgh that developed the first safe and effective vaccine against polio. Andy Warhol, of course, leading figure in pop art movement. And August Wilson, the renowned playwright, who died in 2005, best known for his series of 10 plays chronicling the experience and heritage of America's black community across each decade of the 20th century. So there's the first 10. I think those are all good choices. There's many other names that will go on it, but they can't give away all the names in one swoop, of course. Those will all be coming up in years to come. No doubt Nick and I will be on that list at some point. Not really. But there we go. There's the list of the first inductees. Now, the Pittsburgh Walk of Fame, even though it has the Pittsburgh name, encompasses the 10 counties here in southwestern Pennsylvania. It's Power Talk time, by the way. Power pregame starts in just over an hour. I stumbled through that at the top of the hour before we went to the news. So we're going to have the Power Talk show, the pregame show before the pregame show. The Pirates pregame show starts at 9:20. First pitch tonight in San Francisco is at 9:45. So Nick and I are going to talk up Pirate baseball. We do have some guests coming up, but when the guests aren't on the line, if you want to join us, 724-438-4593. But coming up here just in a moment, Herald Standard sports columnist, all-around good guy who's been to every baseball stadium in America, including many that aren't in operation anymore, Bill Hughes. He'll be joining us here in just a couple of moments. In fact, right now on the WMBS Newsmakers line, Bill Hughes. Bill, I don't know what part of the fruited plain you're in right now. I'm sure you're at some stadium I wish I was at. It's your summertime traveling season. Where are you right now watching the game?
I'm actually just leaving Baltimore. I came down for the doubleheader today. Blue Jays are in town, so came down to Baltimore and left the game a little early. I have a joking rule with my friends. As I've shared with you, even though I'm writing that book on people and their experiences at games, I really haven't had a lot of cool experiences at Major League games. And so the running joke anytime I go to games with friends is like, as soon as both teams have a hit, I'm like, all right, no hitters are up. I'm ready to go, jokingly. But today I stuck around long enough to make sure there wasn't going to be a no-hitter. And, I took off knowing that, we were going to, be on together today. I didn't want to be in a ballpark and not be able to hear you or,
Oh, you could have been in a ballpark. Oh, we don't mind background noise. Remember the interview we did a while ago? Some guy lives in Portland. We could hear like seals in the background. Yeah, we have no problem with that at all. I'm sorry you're missing part of the game. I'll call and let you back in the stadium. So, yeah, that's a great stadium. There's always arguments between PNC Park and
San Francisco,
Camden Yards.
Where they are tonight.
Yeah, Camden Yards or San Francisco as to which the best stadiums are. Of course, Baltimore was really the first retro stadium, wasn't it, as I recall? I remember going to there many, many years ago. That was one of the first ones that went back to the old-style ballparks.
Yeah, Baltimore was the first one back in the retrofit, which I kind of feel bad for the White Sox because they were the last ones to make a really big ballpark. And, I mean, they worked on it and renovated a lot out there in Chicago. But, yeah, Baltimore, it's beautiful. You know, it never gets old. Never gets old.
Yeah, it really is a beautiful place. Although, for Pittsburgh to be able to show the skyline, and not too many places can have a field looking across a river at the skyline of its own city. So, yeah, Pittsburgh's very fortunate in that. Doug Saltzman, Nick Barczyk talking with Bill Hughes of the Herald Standard, of course, and he's been across the country. I assume you're coming up. You'll be at the I'm trying to get some buddies to go to the game out at now I forget where it is. Darlington, the baseball game at the racetrack.
Oh,
correct?
Bristol.
Oh, Bristol, rather.
Down in Bristol.
Yeah,
Bristol, yeah.
I'm sure you'll be heading
Yeah, leaving Saturday morning, and then we'll get part of the way back after the game Sunday, catch a room somewhere, and then finish up the drive Sunday. Last time we spoke, I told you guys are more than welcome to go. I mean, I have room.
I'm there.
Okay, well, let's figure this out, Nick, all right?
I'm there. I'm off. I'm ready to go.
Let's figure this out.
I've never been to Tennessee.
It's not as far as I thought when I looked up, when I Googled how long the drive is. It's not all that. But we'll talk about that off the air, yeah. And we'll figure that out.
I'm serious. You guys are more than welcome to leave. Probably around 9 o'clock in the morning Saturday. Get down there. There's all kind of like pregame festivities, concerts. They like a big fan fest set up. They've already announced that it's a regular season record crowd. So any more tickets that get sold, it just adds on to the record.
It's only about 5 hours.
Wait, so there's been bigger attendance in a postseason game? Based on what you just said?
Well, they announced a regular season. There have been a couple exhibition games.
Oh.
They back, I don't know, 2008 maybe, LA Coliseum.
Yeah.
They did a Dodgers.
That crazy game they had. Yeah, left field was so short. I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. That's been a fun ballpark to interview people for. I interviewed people that were there, like when they very first opened that, when the Dodgers first went out west in '58.
Yeah. Now, of course,
people shared pictures with me to put in the book. It's crazy. It's amazing.
Oakland A's are playing this year in Sacramento at a ballpark that holds barely almost the same amount they've been drawing every game. So it's not been it won't be that much different. But Major League Baseball this year also, the commissioner's office said that if Tampa makes the playoffs, they're going to play them at George Steinbrenner Field at the Yankees practice. He said, no, that's where they're playing. That's their field.
I love it.
Yeah.
Love it.
So, it obviously would not be fair if they went to another field somewhere. He said, no, that's their home field this year. That's where they're playing playoff games if they make it. So that'll be interesting.
I would love to see that. I would love to see the A's make the postseason. They're not. I don't think they will. But it's such a. And I think we spoke about it last time. It's such a black eye for the league. It's a professional sports league, and you have two teams playing in minor league ballparks. Granted, Tampa, there's nothing you can do about that. Right. That was because of a hurricane. But just such a bad look. And then with, I guess, Manfred, I don't know. I was reading something today online where Commissioner Manfred, I do know he goes around and sees all 30 teams, has like an hour meeting with the different teams, just talking about the state of baseball. And him and Bryce Harper of the Phillies, they got into a shouting match recently. And I just, this whole after next season with this whole potential salary cap or salary floor or both, we'll see. But
yeah, I mean, they definitely have to do something. You just can't keep this going the way it is. When you look at the other, how the NFL is going and how it works for them, and they're not doing too bad in the NFL. they're making some money there as well.
Yeah, no matter a little bit, a couple bucks.
Yeah, they're doing okay over there. Well, let's talk about Pittsburgh Pirates. Of course, this is the Pirate Talk Show, the talk show, the pregame show before the pregame show tonight. Pirates have had some wild ups and downs, and we've talked about this ad nauseum, that they get swept by the worst team in the American League, the Sox, and then they sweep the best team in the American League, the Tigers. It's just a bizarre way to watch that happen. And usually that's really good teams do crazy stuff like that, not bad teams.
Yeah.
Sweep the best team in the league. And it wasn't even close. I mean, as if Baltimore just mailed it in thinking, oh, well, we got this team won. They weren't in those games. They looked awful. Mental errors, physical errors. It was a bizarre series, wasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. You hit the nail on the head. Like, usually good teams will go through situations like this, but they're good enough to come out on the other end, and be okay. it's just crazy that a bad team like the Pirates. I mean, and there's talent there, and it's going to be furious. A little under 48 hours now. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with potential trades. It's just crazy how they've been up and down. I was one of my a friend that I've met through traveling. She's retired to the San Francisco area, retired military, and she has season tickets. And I jokingly texted her last night before the game started saying, hey, let us hang around a little bit and, don't make us look too bad, jokingly. And lo and behold, I mean, you figure Keller, it's supposed to be like a good pitching game, and, both teams were scoring all those runs early. It's crazy. Crazy.
Yeah, and last night's game, is one of those ones that you like to see. When you have a starting pitcher tanked through 76 pitches, was that in the second inning, but they won the game. Usually in the past, the Pirates would give up at that point. Oh, we don't have a chance here. But they did come back and bounce out of that one. I'm sorry, Nick, I cut you off there.
No, not at all. No, we just, Skeens, obviously, he's the star of the league and of the team, Bill. And when you watch him, I'm not sure how old you are, but where does he rank all time with pitchers with you, with pitchers you've watched? I mean, he's certainly maybe the best I've ever seen.
Whew, he's very impressive. I also like Scooble.
Yeah,
I'm saying his name. I can never say it right.
Scooble. Yeah.
I was out. Scooble, yeah, that's right. I was out there for a Sunday game back in May. I want to say it was Memorial Day weekend, and he took a perfect game into I want to say the 7th.
Yeah.
And he was just like in person, like I was, Verlander, I've seen some of these stars, when I was a kid, but I was too young to appreciate, before like seeing Nolan Ryan pitch at the end of his career, seeing Doc Gooden with his, his glimpse of, his stardom, Randy Johnson, Pedro Martinez, I saw these guys, but, Skeens, he's up there.
I was watching,
hopefully he can stay healthy.
Yeah. I was watching a national show, and baseball experts are comparing him to Pedro Martinez, Bob Gibson, Koufax, Clemens, Seaver.
Yeah.
These are guys with lengthy careers. But yeah, when he comes up here, he's got a 0.67 ERA in July. And probably more no decisions than anybody in a long time. Could he win the Cy Young with 10 wins? I mean, it's happened.
He's 6-8 right now, I think, right?
Right. Could he win with a losing record? I mean, when you talk about an ERA under 2, how could they deny him?
Yeah, I mean, it's video game numbers he's putting up. He just doesn't have the wins. He's got the stats. I don't know. I guess if somebody had to nitpick about Skeens, he just throws way too many pitches. He doesn't get enough quick outs.
Yeah, Jacob deGrom won. Well, I think it was 7-8 years ago. And he had 10 wins, but an ERA well under 2.
Yeah, it should be who the best pitcher is that year, and it's not Skeens' fault. His offense gives him no run support virtually every start, so I'd give it to him. He's the best pitcher I've seen this year in the National League.
And just
absolutely, without question, he's phenomenal. And I laughed. I shouldn't say I laughed. I was impressed with his comment after he pitched the All-Star game, and somebody asked him a question, and he said that he was mad that he didn't strike out all 3 batters.
Exactly, yeah. That's funny. Hard to strike out Aaron Judge. Yeah, no shame in not striking out Judge.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And just the maturity of him. And I've said this before in the air. You don't get into one of the service academies if just because you have a good arm. You're not going to get into the Air Force Academy just for that reason. Your maturity and grades and just the maturity level, which is why I think you don't see him frustrated after a game. When he leaves the game with a lead and then gets a no decision, or worse yet, a loss. He just so level-headed on that sort of thing. And you just see him every interview. This is not easy for a kid doing interviews like this. He's 21 years old. He's doing national interviews. But politicians spend years trying to do good in national interviews. He's doing it right out of the bat like this. And, in the history of the Pirates, I don't know if there's a better pitcher at this point in his career. I think it's impossible to think that. And 44, 45 starts with an ERA under 2. considering he had his first back-to-back wins recently since last September.
And the Dodgers and Yankees are licking their chops.
Oh, my gosh!
I'm just being honest.
Enjoy it while you have it. I guess is one way you look at it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I was just I'm trying to think which. I was on Sunday when he pitched at home. I thought about going down just because.
Sure.
Realistically, if the owners do the lockout after next season, like the talk is there. I mean, I don't know how that works with contracts. If everybody gets pushed back a year, or if they just lose a year, at that point, is next year, because he's good for arbitration, 2028, right? So I think it's 2028. If that's the case, 2027, I hope they don't lose the season, but, if they were to, next year could ultimately be the last year he pitches in a Pirate uniform.
Yeah, you definitely have to get out to see him. It's something that...
Well, put in a good word, Bob, since you've been, or Bill, excuse me, you've been of all these parks. Talk to Bob Nutting and see what he can do.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Just have him throw all his money at Paul Skeens.
You have connections, no doubt.
You have connections,
Maybe you could work that out for us. And don't let us down, Bill, whatever you do, okay? We're expecting you to keep Skeens in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, talk to Mr. Nutting and see what...
If no other reason, to keep his girlfriend around.
There's that. Miss Dunn.
Fair enough. Yep, I hear you on that one. I can appreciate that, and I will. Next time I'm up there in the press box area, I will have to
let us know that.
Yeah, have to put in a good word. Well, be like, hey, I was talking to the guys on the station. They carry the Pirate games. They won Ski and Stain.
We'll put our pennies together, right, Doug?
That's right. We will, and we'll threaten not to be an affiliate.
That's right.
We've only done it for 70 years.
We have that power to
75
pull
years
from the Pirate Radio Network.
Yeah, exactly. That'll send them over the edge.
That'll send a message to them.
Right, exactly.
That'll wake
Bill,
up.
we appreciate talking to you. We always try to be friendly with you, although we really don't like you because you've been to so many ballparks, and we're incredibly jealous of that whole thing.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, we'll fake our way through a friendship with you. And we'll let you know about going to the game this weekend.
I'd love to. Let's go.
I'm as serious as can be. I'm like, seriously.
We'll talk about that off the air. People are thinking, why are they talking about this on the air? They're talking about their weekend plans.
Fair enough.
But we'll give you a call later, and we'll figure out what we can do. What we can do on this one.
Now I drink a lot, Bill. Is that a problem or no?
Just later
I don't drink at all. I don't drink at all.
There we go.
I'll do all the driving.
Nick makes it up.
Well, I'll drink, you drive. There you go.
Bill Hughes, Herald Standard sports columnist, all-around good guy, Pirate and baseball analyst. Thanks so much for joining us today. Safe travels to you.
I appreciate you guys. Talk to you soon.
No fun, buddy.
Bill Hughes joining us here on the WMBS Newsmakers Line, our Pirate Talk show. The pregame show before the pregame show. Buccos playing tonight. First pitch at 9:45. Pregame at 9:20. We're going to come up here. The CBS News coming up here in a little bit. Nick coughing in the background, crinkling paper, crunching lollipops. What are you doing over there?
You know what? This is real life. I mean, we're on the radio, but we're all about transparency and openness on this show.
I thought you were like the woman sitting behind me in a movie theater who the other day took 45 minutes to open a cough drop.
Oh, God.
I finally turned around and said, can I open that for you, ma'am? You've been crinkling that paper.
You actually went to the movie theater. That's great. I love it. It's been a while since I've been. What'd you see?
I just made up the whole story.
Oh, you did?
I wasn't at a movie theater.
Really?
I was not at a movie theater.
Why did you do that?
Because I've been at shows. It usually plays for my daughter in the high school, but it sounded better to say movie theater.
I understand.
Did you have to make me lie right on the air?
You could have just made it up. You could have said, yes, I went to see Fantastic Four. What of it?
So Jacob deGrom rolls the landslide victory for Cy Young Award on the strength of his 1.70 ERA in 2018.
Yeah, it was with the Mets,
his record was 10-9.
Well, at least he had a winning record by one game. Remember the guys, Jim Palmer had like 25 win seasons.
Oh, I know. 25-4.
Juan Marichal. Yeah. 26-3.
Yeah, those DeGrom had fewer victories than two relievers who won Cy Young Awards. Mike Marshall, the 74 National League, who was 15-12 with the Dodgers.
Now the news.
CBS News Brief. New York investigators head to Las Vegas to learn more about the man who killed 4 people in a Manhattan office building. CBS's Anna Schechter.
He had a mental health episode in 2022 and in 2024. That concealed carry permit was from 2022. So why was he able to keep that?
Hawaii is under a tsunami watch after a magnitude 8 quake off Russia's far east coast. UN agencies warn that Gaza is slipping into famine as Palestinians say the death toll in the war has topped 60,000. CBS's Linda Gradstein in Jerusalem.
There is sort of a It's Palestinians in the West Bank and Arab citizens of Israel sort of joining the international outrage of the famine that seems to be growing in Gaza.
Months after a deadly D.C. air collision, legislation is unveiled by Republican Senator Ted Cruz and others. CBS's Shell Call.
Senator Cruz said today that this kind of legislation, he says, will save lives.
CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
Do you have a job around the house that you just aren't sure how to tackle? Then it's time to call Fulham's Full Service, your Best in Fayette Gold Medal winner for professional maintenance and handyman. Fully licensed and insured, owner Cody Fulham does it all, from home renovations and repairs to landscaping and auto detailing. Needless to say, he's ready to help you. Call Fulham's today at 724-466-4194 and follow them on Facebook to learn more about their projects and the work they can do for you.
For professional cleaning services, Clean and Shine in New Stanton is the place for you. They provide commercial and residential cleaning, porter services, carpet cleaning, stripping and waxing, construction cleanups, and car cleaning. For free estimates, call 724-691-0413, email info@cleanandshine14.org, or visit their website, cleanandshine14.org. We clean so you can shine.
Tune in to WMBS Saturday mornings at 8:20 for Your Financial Future with Gary Boatman, certified financial planner, investment advisory representative, syndicated columnist, and author, as he addresses such income issues as planning for retirement, future healthcare expenses, avoiding financial pitfalls, and much more. That's Your Financial Future with Gary Boatman, Saturday mornings at 8:20 right here on WMBS, or Gary Boatman welcomes your calls at 724-243-3075. That's 724-243-3075.
Main Street Theater Company presents Anything Goes, live on stage at the State Theater Center for the Arts. Anything Goes is delightful, delicious, de-lovely. The age-old tale of boy meets girl with music, dance, laughs, and some of Cole Porter's greatest hits. I Get a Kick Out of You, Friendship, It's De-Lovely, and Anything Goes. August 1st and 2nd at 7 p.m., August 3rd at 2. Tickets are just $20. Buy online at statetheater.info or call the box office at 724-439-1360.
Let's go! It's back again. If you haven't saved the date yet, get your calendar out and mark August 9th and 10th as booked, as the incredible Italian Heritage Festival returns to downtown Uniontown. We hope you'll join us for an unforgettable weekend at our all-new location, just up Main Street in front of the Fayette County Courthouse. It's all brought to you by the Uniontown Sons and Daughters of Italy and grand sponsors C. Harper Auto Group and First Federal of Greene County, and dozens of other area business sponsors. Stop down and enjoy a wide assortment of delicious food and drinks, and a full slate of free entertainment, including live music and family activities. Bring your friends and family. And remember, there's no need to be Italian to have a great time. It's the Italian Heritage Festival on Main Street in downtown Uniontown, August 9th and 10th. For updates and more info, follow us on Facebook at Sons of Italy of Uniontown. We hope to see you there.
Woohoo! Mamma mia! If you are looking for a trusted local law firm with a strong commitment to their clients, look no further than Zebley Law Offices. Attorney Zebley has been practicing law in Fayette County for more than 4 decades. Although specializing in bankruptcy, Zebley also handles real estate matters, civil suits, collections, wills, powers of attorney, and more. If you need legal help, go with a name you recognize and trust. Call Zebley Law Offices today at 724-439-9200.
Some things just go together, like bread and butter, blue jeans and Saturdays, best friends and phone calls. And a great match? You and discounts from Erie Insurance. It's like this. Safety features in your car will have you paying less for your auto insurance. And pay off your Erie Auto policy all at once, and you'll save up to 7% more. On your homeowner's policy, you earn discounts that start at age 46 and go up each time you celebrate a birthday. There are more discounts, too, for things like home safety features and even teenage drivers. And the savings keep adding up. When you have your auto and home covered with Erie, you get a discount. Buy a life policy with us, and the savings can get even better. At Erie Insurance, above all in service means making life a little easier on you and on your wallet. Your Erie agent is waiting for you. Your local Erie agent is Sprowls Insurance Group, 724-437-9812, or go to sprowlsinsurance.com.
Discount terms and amounts may vary by state. See your local Erie agent for details.
Mountaintop Title and Notary can handle all of your motor vehicle and PennDOT needs, such as titles, plates, renewal, registrations, and all notary needs. Tina Nicholson of Mountaintop Title and Notary can also handle ATV and boat titles, and also does income taxes. Hours are Monday through Friday, 9:30 to 4:30, and appointments can be made for after hours and Saturdays. Mountaintop Title and Notary with a new location at 655 Nelson Road in Farmington, the only place you need to go for all title, notary, and tax work. Call Tina at 724-984-1514 for the most professional services around.
I got an email from somebody here at Radio Saltzman at Verizon.net that I should not dislike somebody because I'm jealous of how many ballparks they've gone to. I was just joking, of course.
Kidding.
Bill Hughes is a good guy. He's been to all these ballparks, and I'm just jealous, but I don't dislike the guy. He's a good guy. Does good analysis.
And jealousy is one of the deadly sins, isn't it?
I think he was driving along as he was doing that interview with us.
I think he was with Jim Berger. They're both in Baltimore.
Or Philly, wherever Jim Berger's from. Jim Berger, by the way, if you weren't joining us earlier, is a Uniontown native, and his latest book, Long Journey Home, Tales of Growing Up in Uniontown, Pennsylvania. You can go to burgerphoto.com, or you can pick it up at the local store called... What was the local
Great
store
question.
called? I forget what the store is called.
Great
but go to the
radio.
website. You'll find
there
it
you
there.
go.
You'll find it there. We were talking earlier, of course, about Paul Skeens. How can you have a conversation this year about the Pirates without talking about Paul Skeens? Maybe the greatest pitcher in Pirates history at this point in his career, certainly. I don't think anybody's been this dominant to have that. But who better to know about that than one of the Pirate broadcasters? John Wayner's going to join us here in a few moments. A crazy time lately for the Pirate baseball. Don't forget, tonight, pregame starts at 9:20. First pitch at San Francisco at 9:45. We'll have CBS News at the top of the hour, followed by updated weather forecast. And Nick and I will talk for a few moments before we go to that pregame show at 9:20. Yeah. But, of course, John joining us. John Wayner joining us right now on the WMBS Newsmakers line on our Pirate Talk show, the pregame show before the pregame show. John, thanks so much for joining us from the West Coast tonight. Are you part of the broadcast team tonight, or do you got the night off?
No, I'm working. When I travel, I work. So we're just settled in here in the booth and just getting ready to do some pregame stuff.
Well, it's very nice of you to talk to us for a few moments before you do that. We've had you on before. I had the honor of meeting you a couple of months ago now at the 70th anniversary commemoration of the first Major League Baseball game for Roberto Clemente. That was a great event that day. You and, of course, Walk were there, Steve Blass, Greg Brown, all part of the team. Celebrating that day. The Pirates, since we've last spoken to you, have had some crazy ups and downs. The great 6-game winning streak at one point, and then getting swept by the worst team in the American League, then sweeping the best team in the American League. That's an oddity. In all your years of baseball, have you ever seen anything like that?
No, not really. And you can even go back to a couple of homestands ago where we basically we shut out St. Louis for 3. We swept the Mets, and then you go on the road and you lose 8 of 9. So yeah, it's been kind of a crazy season so far. A lot of ups and downs, and a little bit of inconsistency with our offense for the most part, I guess, except for that White Sox series. The pitching's been really good. They've kept us in. It seems like 9 of 10 games all year long, and unfortunately, we haven't had enough offense to support some strong pitching over the course of the season, and we've really struggled on the road, which is another thing that I don't understand. We're 5 over at home and just 14 and 37. Excuse me, I think we're 6 over at home and just 14 and 37 on the road. So, with the inconsistent offense and the road record, obviously we're not in the spot where we were hoping to be last time we talked.
Yeah, Nick Barczyk and Doug Saltzman speaking with John Wehner. And John, trade deadline just a few days away, and some of the names, David Bednar has been a name that's been floated around along with the Keller who started last night. What do you think the moves will be made, if any?
That's a great question. You always look at guys on expiring contracts and said like a Tommy Pham, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, Andrew Heaney, perhaps. Those are the guys you kind of expect to get moved. Boy, I hate to see David Bednar go. He's been so valuable, two-time All-Star, and obviously he's pitching as well as anybody right now. Had his long streak broken last night, or I think it was 23 straight appearances without allowing a run. And still nailed down the save, but gave up his first run since May, I think it was. And that would be sad. I think he'd be upset too, because there's nothing like playing for your hometown team and living at home and going to the ballpark. But with Keller, that's a tough question. I sit here and I wonder. He's a quality major league pitcher, and with where his salary is and where it's going the next couple years, if the Pirates aren't going to bump the payroll up much, you sit there and you think two things could happen if you trade him. You would hope to get a quality major league hitter in return for him, and free up some money to spend in free agency in the off season. So you might be able to get at least one major league player in return and have some money to go out and perhaps sign a free agent to kind of solidify this offense. Having said that, that would be another tough loss. Again, we talk about the strength of the pitching, and with Tim and Skeens up the top, and Mitch Keller's tied for the league with quality starts, you're going to lose an important piece if you're going to make a playoff run. But in the same sense, we got a lot of good young pitchers that I think would be easier to replace a starting pitcher. I think it would be it wouldn't hurt as much replacing a starting pitcher as to gain a need if you get a legit bat. I would hope that they wouldn't trade him for prospects, but somebody that's an established big leaguer, or somebody that's that should be in the big leagues.
Yeah, we're talking with John Wehner on our Power Talk show, part of the extended edition of the Afternoon Drive show. You mentioned a moment ago, John, this crazy home versus away record. They played 56 games at home and won 31 and 25. Most teams would be very happy with that. But this crazy 51 games on the road and only win 14. Do you have that same in an NFL game, you've got hometown, screaming and cheering, and you have cheering at a baseball game. It doesn't seem to be that level throughout. That's just so lopsided, though. 14 and 37. What is it about a road game that would send a team so far off compared to their home's record? What does that?
It's funny because we've had that problem. I remember when John Russell was here, I only did road games, and we went. Over the course of 2 years, we went 40 and 121 on the road.
Those are hard games to call.
Yeah, for sure. And yet we played right around 500 at home. And I actually asked Donnie Kelly about this the other day, and he's like, I wish I knew. I don't get it. I obviously played on the road, and I didn't feel any different. I didn't, offensively, you're still playing 9 innings, and you still got the same chance of scoring runs on the road as you do at home. And I know throughout baseball, though, I'll look at splits, especially starting pitchers. It's pretty incredible to me. Almost every starting pitcher, it seems, in baseball has a much worse ERA on the road than at home. And again, I don't understand why. I don't. Obviously the home team bats last, but like you said, it's not like football or even hockey where you have a crazy loud, boisterous crowd and adrenaline and all that other stuff. I mean, baseball's not really a game of adrenaline, and so the crowd, I don't think, makes a difference at all. Certainly there are teams that are kind of built around their ballpark, and so you feel better about playing at home. But I see pitchers that play at bandboxes like Milwaukee or Cincinnati that pitch better at home than they do on the road, and I don't understand why. Because they should be happy to be on the road to play in a bigger ballpark than they do at their home park. But yeah, I don't know if there's a rhyme or reason. Certainly not to have that big of a disparity to be 23 games under 500 on the road and 6 at home. That just doesn't make sense to me. And but when you look up and down the standings, every team in baseball has a better home record than road record. Now, it's not that big a disparity, but everybody plays better at home. And so there's certainly some sort of home field advantage, and you're at a bit of a disadvantage on the road. But I wish I can give you an answer as to why, because I don't know.
Well, you said road and home, you didn't feel much of a difference, but when you were in the batter's box, for example, were there ballparks or cities where you saw the ball better? I mean, Three Rivers, did you see the ball better out of the pitcher's hand than, say, Milwaukee or Cincinnati, or was there a difference there?
Yeah, that's a good question, because, yes, that's definitely an issue. There were certain ballparks, like Wrigley, for instance. Back then, Wrigley didn't have a draining system, so they had the big, like, it was kind of a mound, they had for drainage purposes, so it felt like the pitcher's mound was 4 feet higher, and the crowd was pretty close to you behind you, so you felt like the pitcher was 10 feet closer. So, and whereas the Dodger Stadium was a lot different. Home plate was really far from the stands. You had a bigger ballpark, and it seemed like the mound was further away. Certain ballparks, you saw the ball better than others. Colorado, obviously, you felt pretty comfortable there because it seemed like you just had 10 more acres in the outfield to get the ball down than you did just about anywhere else, plus the ball carried. But like I said, like for me, Wrigley was the worst. I felt like the pitcher was handing the ball to the catcher.
And you had to deal with the ivy. Could you see the ball coming out of that ivy? Or?
Most of the backgrounds are fine.
Yeah.
Every now and again. Actually, PNC Park could be a problem. The first 3 innings, I've not only had players tell me how hard it is when the sun's out because of the glare the sun shines on that batter's eye. So not only have I had hitters, I've had umpires tell me how hard it is to see the ball the first 3 innings of PNC because of the glare behind center field.
Yeah. Talking to John Wayner here on our Power Talk show, part of the Afternoon Drive show, late edition. I know you got work to do out there calling the game, so we're going to let you go. I appreciate your taking time to talk to us. Literally moments before you do your open, we'll go to the Pirate pregame show, the radio broadcast, the network show at 9:20. We've been an affiliate here, we think 78 years.
I think like Honus Wagner era.
We've been around forever as an affiliate of the Pirates here at WMBS in Uniontown. John, thanks so much.
You bet. Thank you, guys. Thanks for supporting the Bucks, and hopefully we'll get you another win tonight.
See what
Thanks,
happens.
buddy. Have a good call.
Right.
Thanks.
Thanks so much.
Great
How about
guy.
that? John Wayner talking to it. Literally, he has his opening in 5 seconds.
He's doing TV with Greg Brown.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
I'm sorry, his opening in 1 minute and 5 seconds.
That's amazing.
And he does an interview with us.
He was probably getting makeup as he was talking to
Yeah,
us.
that's right.
They're powdering his nose.
Do they do that sort of thing? I guess so.
I'm
I
sure.
suppose
It's HDTV.
They do. But yeah, that it brought up that point, and you had a good question there following my great intro question, of course.
Well,
yeah, we'll
all right.
take that. But when you look at that,
settle down now.
Look at that. 45 and 62. So they are 17 games under 500, 18 and a half games back from first place. The Brewers, who are almost at 600.
Yeah, they're a good team.
31 and 25 at home. I bet if you ask most Pirate fans, they'd say they're 20 games below 500 at home or 10 games below 500.
Certainly below 500, but they're playing well at PNC.
And then 14 and 37.
Awful on the road. Now you're traveling. I get it. You're tired, but
yeah,
come
I was
on.
wondering when I said that comment I made about how much different space football is. You have these lunatic crowds screaming nonstop.
That's true. The crowd's not as much a factor in baseball. It's out of the postseason.
Yeah.
Postseason can get rowdy.
But he just said something too that was interesting. He doesn't think there's a lot of adrenaline in baseball. He said that.
That's interesting. Well, he would know more than we would, but there's a lot of time to reflect. There's a lot of downtime in baseball. It's similar to golf. Your mind can take over. Football and basketball and hockey, your athleticism takes over more.
But yeah, it's that's outrageous to have that big of a difference.
Yeah,
6 games over 500, and what are we? 27 games under. That's do I have that right? Yeah, I think it is.
Oh, math's hard.
It is hard.
Numbers are challenging.
Pirates are 6-4 over their last 10, of course, and they're on a 3-game winning streak.
Yeah,
see if they can get number 4
facing
tonight.
Verlander tonight, who's an older pitcher, but certainly a future Hall of Famer. So,
no doubt about it. Yeah, you're right. He's been around a long time.
He's been around a long
time. You think of names like that? How long's this guy been in the league?
Oh my goodness!
Yeah.
I think the Tigers drafted him 04, 05. He's been around a long time.
That's a long time to be a pitcher. That's a lot of strain on your arms.
He's doing fine, though. He made a lot of money. He's married to Kate Upton, who was an
That's
SI
not bad.
swimsuit
Yeah,
model.
Easy on the ice.
Absolutely. Pitchers, these star pitchers with their hot girlfriends and wives.
She has many of the qualities prized by the superficial man.
That's
yes, yeah.
Well, hey, call me a superficial man then.
That's a nice way to
say it. But I'm not rich or
say
famous or good at baseball, so I'm blank out of luck.
We're going to take a break now. Getting close to wrapping up hour 4 on the afternoon drive show. But don't worry, if that's not enough, we'll do about 10 minutes during the 9 o'clock hour.
Really?
You
have a guest?
I don't have a guest.
We're just going to BS?
You and I will talk it up.
Well, it makes sense. Our call letters are BS, half of them.
Yeah, that's right. We put the BS in WMBS.
That's the old joke. That joke's been going on 85 years now.
I think I'm not the first person to ever do that. Stick around. We'll wrap up hour number 4 coming up.
Red Rooster Dumpster and Hauling are the ones to call when you need a dumpster. Red Rooster offers fast, friendly service and provides medium-sized dumpsters that will fit your needs, whether it's a general remodeling project, emptying a house, or doing a summer or fall cleanout. Just call Red Rooster Dumpster and Hauling at 724-569-0337 for rates and availability. Red Rooster Dumpster and Hauling in Smithfield also offers a 5% military discount. Call 724-569-0337 and look for the Red Rooster.
For funeral services from pre-need to at-need, burial or cremation, call Gates Funeral Home and Crematory, located at 136 North Gallatin Avenue in a beautifully restored historic home. Family owned and operated by Rick Gates, former Brownsville resident and Guyville alumni, the Gates Funeral Home and Crematory offers warmth, convenience, affordability, and ample parking. With a knowledgeable funeral director and compassionate staff, the Gates family and the Gates Funeral Home and Crematory are ready to assist you.
The Somerset Trust Day and Fayette County Food Bank Day are happening at the Fayette County Fair Tuesday. Bring at least 3 canned goods and get in free until 2 p.m. The fair opens at 10 a.m. and one general admission ticket gets you everything. Heart-pounding rides, top-notch entertainment, and non-stop family fun. All for $20 at the gate. Come early and pay $17 from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Tuesday's lineup has something for everyone. The 4-H Horse Fun Show kicks off the fair in the morning. The carnival rides fire up at 3 p.m. Don't miss the Diaper Derby at 5:30 p.m. For speed enthusiasts, check out the ATV and side-by-side obstacle course at 7 p.m. in the outdoor arena. Or sit back and enjoy Variety Pack, an American band bringing a bold blend of classic rock, country, and party hits starting at 8:30. Don't miss a moment of the action. Ticket and schedule details at FayetteFair.com. The Fayette County Fair, July 24th through August 2nd. Warm weather is finally here, and with it, the opportunity to upgrade your lawn or yard with a new fence from All Around Fence Company. Conveniently located at 7896 National Pike, Uniontown, All Around Fence has been installing quality residential, commercial, and farm fencing for more than 45 years. Offering residential fencing including chain link, decorative aluminum, steel, and more, All Around Fence has a fence for you. All Around Fence is also your one-stop shop for Neutrina products and carries livestock, equine, and pet supplies too. So whether you need to upgrade an existing fence, add a new gate, or are looking to install an all-new fence, All Around Fence has the answers for you. Visit them Monday through Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. and Saturdays from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. or give them a call at 724-439-0331. To learn more, visit allaroundfence.com.
Tune in to WMBS Saturday mornings at 8:20 for Your Financial Future with Gary Boatman, certified financial planner, investment advisory representative, syndicated columnist, and author, as he addresses such income issues as planning for retirement, future healthcare expenses, avoiding financial pitfalls, and much more. That's Your Financial Future with Gary Boatman, Saturday mornings at 8:20 right here on WMBS, where Gary Boatman welcomes your calls at 724-243-3075. That's 724-243-3075.
I think we have some music coming out of this break. I'm not quite sure.
Came a little late. There's Queen.
Well, I don't hear. Oh, I'm not wearing my headphones.
Not wearing headphones, Doug.
I heard a moment. I heard Huey Lewis for half a second.
Really? No.
Yes, I did.
No.
This is Queen, of
It's
course.
in your head.
Freddie Mercury saw Queen once in Toronto, the
Wow.
Queen.
You've seen a lot of shows. You're like the Bill Hughes of concerts.
Yeah. And back in the days, you could get like student tickets for $12. Are you making enough noise over there, Nick? Once again, he's banging away on his keyboard.
Keep telling your story, Doug.
The microphone's on. That's
It's fine.
okay.
Whatever. You have to comment on everything.
Let's not argue on the air, Nick. Let's do it after
Well, it's
hours.
better radio. It's been
That's
4
right.
hours. You might as well.
That's right.
All the truth is
I've
out.
had just about enough of
Yeah.
you.
Well, likewise.
That's
You're not
okay.
back tomorrow, right?
I am not back tomorrow. I'm taking a night off.
Oh, great. Good for you.
I
Enjoy.
have to go to retirement dinner.
Oh.
Yeah, not for me.
I was going to say, you finally hanging
Although
it
I
up.
am retirement age. I can get Social Security now.
You look good.
Now that I've turned 62.
Wow. Well, I mean, do what you got to do.
Jumped out of an airplane the day after my birthday.
Is that right?
So
and live to tell the tale.
Yeah. Well,
Did you really?
Yeah. I mean, I've done that several times. But,
Oh.
people always say, oh, it's dangerous. Now, nobody has in history has ever been killed jumping out of an airplane.
Is that true?
It's the sudden stop. Boom.
I was going to say.
That's what kills
you.
you.
Hitting the ground.
The jumping
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
Nothing can happen.
Nothing
there.
can happen. No,
Yeah.
you're fine.
And a couple of days ago was my daughter Julia's, the first anniversary of her first time jumping out of an airplane. A friend of ours who's always butting in said, why don't you tell her not to do that? And I said, well, a couple of things. She's over 18. She can do it if she wants. And her dad has done it multiple times. So I can't exactly tell my daughter not to jump out of an airplane.
You're an adventurous family.
When you're jumping and you're falling, free falling, you're doing about 120 miles an hour. But there's no perspective. It's not like you're driving a car 120 miles per hour, passing buildings, houses, trees. Yeah. So when you're falling 120 miles per hour, unless you see off in the distance someone's already pulled their chute, you don't get a sense of how fast you're falling.
I mean, like when you're in an airplane, you don't feel
and people
like
say,
you're
well,
going
aren't you
that
scared
fast.
that the chute would not work? I'm like, well, if the chute not works, you're not going to feel it.
No.
It's
You'll
not
be
going to be a
out.
painful death. It just
You'll
death.
be out.
Yeah.
I mean, you won't be able to watch the ball game later that day.
I was at one time, and a guy jumped and his chute got tangled, and I saw that off in the distance. So they call it cutting it loose. You're not actually using a knife. You just break it loose, and then you pull out your reserve chute.
The reserve chute. Thank God for the reserve chute, huh?
That would and in some cases you have something that say you pass out for some reason. Altimeter will put the chute out on its own. So
The altimeter. Well, look at you.
Worry about that.
Well, maybe I'll do it. I'm going to jump out of an airplane
there's
this weekend.
There's two different types of dive. It's called a static dive. You see those old World War II videos where the paratroopers are jumping out one after another, boom, 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 real fast, and you're connected to the airplane basically, so it pulls your chute open as soon as you jump out. And they did that in the war because they wanted everybody to land near each other.
Sure.
I mean, paratroopers are sitting ducks until they regroup. It takes about 10 minutes, according to what I've read. So then you have free falls, and I haven't done it enough. I'm still doing what's called a tandem dive. You're connected to a guy that knows what he's doing.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and
Well, as long as you're safe up there, feel
but
safe as you're falling to your
when you
death.
hit the ground, it's literally like jumping off a 3-foot table. Boom, you're there.
That's it.
Yeah, because these chutes are massive,
Well,
and
we'll
they can
do it.
direct them.
I'll do it with you.
and all that sometimes. But
I'll have to be heavily sedated.
I have done it with people who have soiled themselves after jumping out of
lovely.
the airplane.
We needed that. Wear a diaper when you're doing it.
Yeah, that's right. But I could see that.
Well, wear a
happening.
diaper to Times Square. Wear a diaper jumping out of a plane.
Yes, I've done that. I've worn a diaper to Times Square.
What a life you've lived.
On
Doug.
New Year's
You've done
Eve.
it all, man.
Yeah.
You've done it all. What else is there to do?
I won't go into any more details
No.
than that. Scuba diving,
you've scuba'd, as the kids say.
I have scuba'd.
Climb Everest next. That could be your next thing.
I'm a certified scuba diver.
Certified? Would they give you a little certificate?
Well, you have to. You can't
Oh, I
rent
don't-
equipment unless you're certified.
Oh, I don't know.
In America,
Doug. I don't
there's
do
the rules.
anything.
You go down to Mexico, you take a 2-hour lesson in a hotel pool, they throw you out in the ocean.
I don't know. I went for a jog around my local track once, and that was enough for me. I'm not
Bungee
adventurous.
jumping was much scarier than skydiving.
Bungee jumping?
Not even close. Yeah, much scarier. You're going
Scarier.
straight down.
Wow. Rock
Yeah,
climbing.
I
did
didn't
that
like
once.
that. CBS News
Oh.
at 9 o'clock
Yeah.
is next on your local station.
da, da,
WMBS Uniontown. I'm Doug. That's Nick. We're going to be with you till 9:20. Stick around. Pirate Baseball coming up soon.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. Breaking news. A powerful earthquake has hit off Russia's east coast near the Kamchatka Peninsula, and the U.S. Geological Survey says it now measures a magnitude 8.7. And a tsunami warning has been issued for Alaska and Hawaii. A watch has been issued for the western U.S. CBS News Bay Area's Paul Hagen.
Off the coast of the Kamchatka Peninsula, this is the east coast of Russia. An underwater earthquake, and that promotes those tsunami waves to spread out from the epicenter of that 8.7 earthquake. So Alaska has tsunami warnings and watches in effect along the Aleutian Islands and then towards the mainland of Alaska as well. These are some of the first places that are going to be seeing those higher than normal waves.
And Japan has raised its tsunami warning to alert level. The gunman who shot and killed 4 people inside a Manhattan office building yesterday before taking his own life appears to have blamed a traumatic head injury on the NFL, which has offices in the building he'd driven across the country to target. He did not play in the NFL. CBS's Anna Schechter.
This perpetrator, he played high school football, but in his notes, found in his wallet on his person at the scene of the crime, obtained by CBS News, he writes CTE, please study my brain. He notes other professional athletes who died by suicide as a result of CTE.
The New York City Medical Examiner's Office confirmed its autopsy on Shane tomorrow will include an examination of his brain. CBS News Chief Medical Correspondent Dr. Jonathan Lapouf.
It could take a month or longer to do the special processing and stains that would be needed to see if he has CTE or some other brain disorder.
The Trump administration wants to revoke the Environmental Protection Agency's 2009 declaration that carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases endanger public health. EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin.
We want to hear from the American public to finalize a regulation that not only proposes to rescind the endangerment finding, but all greenhouse gas emissions that followed on light, medium, and heavy-duty vehicles.
Australia will use a landmark social media law to ban children under 16 from YouTube. And CBS's Matt Piper reports that YouTube is planning to roll out new age estimation technology.
YouTube says the new feature is intended to protect young teens from harmful content. It'll be powered by AI. The company's saying the tool will be able to assess a person's age based on the types of videos they've watched, the categories of the videos, and how long the person has had their account, regardless of the birthday associated with it. If it thinks someone's under 18, YouTube says it will take steps to regulate content. If it incorrectly determines someone's age, the user can upload a form of identification to fix the error. Matt Piper, CBS News.
This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Mint Mobile Unlimited Premium Wireless. How to get 30, 30, bet you get 30, bet you get 20, 20, 20, bet you get 20, 20, bet you get 15, 15, 15, 15, just $15 a month? Sold!
Give it a try at mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
1 in 10 Americans is now a millionaire. CBS's Michael Wallace reports.
Who wants to be a millionaire?
The Swiss bank UBS says 23.8 million people in the U.S. have a net worth of at least $1 million, a 15-fold increase from 30 years ago. Each day, 1,000 Americans become millionaires, thanks largely to their rising home values and 401ks. But those 7 figures aren't what they used to be. As Michael Ashley Schulman at Running Point Capital Advisors puts it, $1 million is the new mass affluent middleweight class, financially secure, but 2 zeros short of private jet territory. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
It was moving day for dozens of dairy cattle at Michigan State University. About 80 cows hoofed it Monday to their new home, the Dairy Cattle Teaching and Research Center. The East Lansing School says the $75 million facility will allow students to learn on a modern farm that's equipped to replicate even the most high-tech operations in the world. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
This is a Radio PA News Update. The trial for the man accused of hitting and killing South Philly lawyer Mario D'Adamo III while he was cycling in FDR Park is set for today, but the victim's families fear another delay. Thomas Ford is charged with a 2023 crash and is accused of driving under the influence. Ford has pleaded not guilty and requested a continuance. The D'Adamo family hopes the legal process brings some closure nearly a year after Mario's tragic death. And what impact would raising the state's minimum wage have on its residents? John Schaefer has the results of a new study.
A new report finds raising Pennsylvania's minimum wage to $15 an hour would benefit over 865,000 workers, many in essential roles in raising families. The state's $7.25 minimum wage has been unchanged for 16 years, even as lawmakers receive annual raises. Claire Kovach is with the Keystone Research Center.
More than 8 out of every 10 workers who would benefit from a $15 minimum wage in Pennsylvania are not teenagers. Women work the majority of jobs that would see a wage increase, as they are overrepresented in low-wage work, especially service and care sector occupations like childcare and healthcare.
The report says single parents and home health aides would also benefit.
A man is in custody after a SWAT standoff early Sunday in Pittsburgh's Garfield neighborhood. People say that he barricaded himself after a domestic incident. The woman was hospitalized with head injuries and charges are expected. And the Penn Trafford community is in mourning after the sudden loss of TJ DeTruff, a 41-year-old assistant freshman football coach who passed away Saturday in his home in Hempfield. DeTruff coached at Penn Trafford for 3 years and previously played and coached at Jeanette. Funeral details are not yet available. Donations to support his family are being collected by the Penn Trafford football boosters. I'm Juan Arango, and you're up to date with Radio PA.
Due into reoccurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text REP to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text REP to 321-321. That's REP to 321-321.
Let's go. It's back again. If you haven't saved the date yet, get your calendar out and mark August 9th and 10th as booked, as the incredible Italian Heritage Festival returns to downtown Uniontown. We hope you'll join us for an unforgettable weekend at our all-new location, just up Main Street in front of the Fayette County Courthouse. It's all brought to you by the Uniontown Sons and Daughters of Italy and grand sponsors C. Harper Auto Group and First Federal of Greene County, and dozens of other area business sponsors. Stop down and enjoy a wide assortment of delicious food and drinks, and a full slate of free entertainment, including live music and family activities. Bring your friends and family. And remember, there's no need to be Italian to have a great time. It's the Italian Heritage Festival on Main Street in downtown Uniontown, August 9th and 10th. For updates and more info, follow us on Facebook at Sons of Italy of Uniontown. We hope to see you there.
Woohoo! Mamma mia!
Tune in to WMBS Saturday mornings at 8:20 for Your Financial Future with Gary Boatman, certified financial planner, investment advisory representative, syndicated columnist, and author, as he addresses such income issues as planning for retirement, future healthcare expenses, avoiding financial pitfalls, and much more. That's Your Financial Future with Gary Boatman, Saturday mornings at 8:20 right here on WMBS, where Gary Boatman welcomes your calls at 724-243-3075. That's 724-243-3075.
Main Street Theater Company presents Anything Goes, live on stage at the State Theater Center for the Arts. Anything Goes is delightful, delicious, delovely. The age-old tale of boy meets girl with music, dance, laughs, and some of Cole Porter's greatest hits. I Get a Kick Out of You, Friendship, It's Delovely, and Anything Goes. August 1st and 2nd at 7 p.m., August 3rd at 2. Tickets are just $20. Buy online at statetheater.info or call the box office at 724-439-1360.
Red Rooster Dumpster and Hauling are the ones to call when you need a dumpster. Red Rooster offers fast, friendly service and provides medium-sized dumpsters that will fit your needs, whether it's a general remodeling project, emptying a house, or doing a summer or fall cleanout. Just call Red Rooster Dumpster and Hauling at 724-569-0337 for rates and availability. Red Rooster Dumpster and Hauling in Smithfield also offers a 5% military discount. Call 724-569-0337 and look for the Red Rooster.
Pirate Baseball is coming up, the pregame show, in less than 10 minutes from San Francisco, which means, Nick, you'll be here till when?
Probably 1 in the morning. There might be a pop-up shower.
You think?
Because the song is Never Rains in Southern California. It doesn't say anything about Northern
San
California.
Francisco, that's right. They get a lot of fog there.
Mark Twain, who I'm reading about, brilliant guy, said the coldest winter he ever spent was a summer in San Francisco. Last night it was in the 60s, they said, at first pitch. It's July. It's California. That's how cold it is off the bay.
A great movie, Escape from Alcatraz.
Yes, Eastwood, right?
When Eastwood first got there, was talking to an old man, a prisoner, and of course they're on at Alcatraz, which is in the San Francisco Bay, the old prison.
Not the alligator one that Trump wants to open in Florida.
Well, he already did open that one.
Oh, did? Wow, great.
But this old man said the coldest summer I ever spent, or the coldest
winter
I ever spent was a summer in San Francisco. He said that line in that movie.
Wow. Stole it from Samuel Clemens, Mark Twain.
I talk frequently about how I like going to thrift shops, and once in a while you find something pretty cool. I buy a lot of gifts there. You can get great stuff. You just have to look hard. I found a full-size movie poster of my favorite Western. It's now hanging in my apartment, The Outlaw Josie Wales.
That's a great one.
That is by far my favorite Western.
It's a great movie.
The Outlaw Josie Wales.
Good for you.
Plus, it's also history related because it talks about the Civil War. But that's a great
movie.
poster.
Favorite movie or just favorite Western?
Favorite Western.
Yeah. Well, The Godfather or Godfather 2.
Yeah, it's Godfather 2. I know you think it's crazy. I love Forrest Gump.
No, Forrest Gump's great. It's not my favorite movie. I saw my favorite movie this past weekend.
What was that?
You want to guess? From the 70s? 1976. Sidney Lumet directed it. It relates to the business we work in.
Broadcast News.
Network.
Oh, Network.
Howard Beale, Peter Finch going insane, William Holden, Faye Dunaway. Love that movie.
That's your favorite movie.
Favorite Jaws is number 2, then the Godfather movies.
Yeah, the Godfather movies are terrific.
Chinatown. I mean, there's the classics, you know.
Yeah, it's you know what I watched the other day was Rocky Balboa.
Oh,
Rocky Balboa is the 6th of the Rocky movies.
Yes, it is.
Rocky 5 was terrible, and even Sylvester Stallone has said that's not the way I wanted to end that series.
No, got to keep going.
And he comes back years later, like George Foreman did, fighting in his 50s.
Mm-hmm.
Although when that movie was done, you would have thought he was in his 40s. He looked so good.
Yeah.
But he was 61 when he did that movie. And there was actually... That movie was clearly the most realistic.
Yes.
There were no punches that didn't actually land.
Sure.
And he was fighting a real boxer. He was fighting...
Crazy.
Mason Dixon was the character's name. Antonio...
Like the line, Mason Dixon line.
Tarver was the actual
Look at your memory.
boxer.
Now, Doug, name your 4 daughters. Yeah.
In order:
Beatrice,
Claire, Julia, Nicole, Allie.
Good. That's pretty good.
Not bad. But I took time to think about it.
You did.
As opposed,
you were rattling off the Rocky
As opposed
actors.
to me, like I was calling to one day. We were at some high school event for one of them back in the day, and I kept yelling, Claire. And one guy standing by, she'll probably answer if you call her Julia. Yeah, Julia.
But it's better, don't call her the dog name. That happened to me growing up. Rex, Baxter.
I've called my daughter
aunt did
Charlie, which is now sadly our dead dog, but yeah. And my daughters say they call, Dad went for the cycle. I'll call all 4 names trying to get the daughter's name.
That's so funny.
My dad called me Dave, which is my brother's name, 75% of the time.
Oh, sure.
There were only 2 of us.
Yeah.
You would think it would be a 50-50 split.
You would think. Same first letter.
Yeah.
You know, it's hard for Dad. He's been working all day.
Dad used to call my brother's wife Judy, Lucy, a lot, and that's the dog's name.
Judy, Lucy.
Judy and Lucy. But yeah, I've called my daughters Charlie.
That happens.
Yeah, I suppose.
I mean, different. Was it a girl dog or a boy dog?
We've all done that.
Yeah. It happens. You get a little older. Names, it's hard to remember all that stuff. I mean, your daughter's names you probably should know. I don't have kids, but...
I've called the woman I'm dating by former people I've dated.
Oh, ex-girlfriends,
She has called me by her ex-husband's name.
Former people you've dated.
Yeah. My sister-in-law called my brother... Steve, which was her ex-husband. So these things happen.
That's it. Call me what you want. Just not late to dinner. The dad joke of the day. Oh, that's another show on this station.
That is a good joke. Oh, the dad joke. Oh, yeah, Sapienza.
We should do that. Oh, no, Ron Barry on Tuesdays.
Oh, Ron Barry does
the lighter
that.
side.
Sap has some pretty good dad jokes as well. And then there's even keel TJ. This guy
he's just
level, does the job, goes home.
No frills, none. Yeah. And he would admit that, and I don't really
either.
Does
his stuff. He's good at it.
He's very good, and he's a funny guy.
And he does that new news, which is him talking.
Yeah.
For an hour, almost.
I'll be in all next week for him. He's going on some vacation. Well, the nerve of him to go on vacation with his family in the summer.
You're doing the midday show. So who's doing evenings?
I think Jerome will be running the game along with Bill. Bill will do the evening news.
Yeah, I don't know when I'll be on next week. I haven't got that information yet.
Well, I'm looking forward to it.
That. But having next week, Daryl Young's going to join us. He is Director of Player Development with the Steelers, which means he's the one, and he's played in the NFL for several teams, and he's now retired as a player. He's the one that works with them saying, you went from this life, and now you're a multimillionaire. Don't screw it up.
Don't blow it. He probably uses another word in the middle there. Starts with an F.
Don't have the wrong people around you. Behave yourself, that sort of thing. Because imagine that life. You go from...
Can you imagine when you were 23 or 24 getting all that money? Even now at 30 or you at 60-some, it'd be hard to have all that money and fame.
Yeah, I once won $2,000 in the Steeler thing. I'm like, dear God, I'm like rich.
You're like Leo DiCaprio. I'm the king of the world.
Yeah, that's right. I ran right out and bought a $2,000 car. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. All your money's gone.
That would be strange suddenly to have a paycheck in the millions.
That would be amazing. I mean, and your family set for life. Your mom a house, your dad a car, Corvette.
Yeah, back in the day, like somebody's living on a trust fund because their great-great-grandfather was Cornelius Vanderbilt, as opposed to a football player.
Sure. And unlike Jack Ham and Lambert and Richie Hebner, no summer jobs for these people.
Exactly.
No off-season jobs for T.J. Watt. I don't think T.J. Watt's digging graves or scooping ice cream in the off-season.
I used to see Richie Hebner, who played third base for the Pirates back in the 70s. He was a rink guard at South Park in the wintertime.
Wow. Who was the grave digger? Was that
him too?
Oh, he did that too.
Yeah, you can't dig graves in winter.
No.
So he was a rink guard at South Park ice skating rink.
Major League Baseball player.
Who won a World Series.
He did.
In 71.
Yeah.
He was a rink guard. And we'd skate up to him. Hey, Rich.
And then you said you talked to Franco Harris in an airport, and he told you how much he made his first year, which was like what a teacher makes now.
$35,000.
Jeez,
teachers make more than that.
One of the best running backs in the history of football.
$35,000 his first year, which I think was 1974.
He's involved in the most famous play in the history of American sports.
And that wasn't his... I was going to say freshman year, his rookie year. That was 2 years later.
Maybe it was 72. It was early.
Yeah, that's right.
They didn't win the Super Bowl
drafted
that
in 72. Yeah. When you think about that, the money they made back in 35. Yeah. I told him, I'm sitting next to him, and I'm if you haven't heard that story before, I'm at the airport waiting for my plane. The guy's sitting next to me. You don't look around, and he says, "Hey, do you mind if I look at your sports page?" I'm like, "Sure," and I just handed it to him. And then I get up and stretch my legs or whatever, and I realize it's Franco Harris.
Wow.
And I sit back down and say, "Hey, Franco, how are you?" Blah 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 blah. And I said, "Hey, I'm going to ask you a question. If it's not my business, tell me. Drop dead. What'd you make your first year?" And that's when he told me, $35,000.
And you also said, could you be on my radio show in about 20 years when I get one?
Yeah, we had him on the radio show. The day that Steelers announced they were retiring his number, we had him on the show that day.
And just like Dave Parker, he just missed his big moment.
Oh, it was awful. Horrible. And I texted him that evening, and I said, "Hey, do you want to be on tomorrow?" Because we were about a week away from the big celebration.
Yeah.
And I got the text back, absolutely. At 5 o'clock in the morning, I got a text. My phone went off. Somebody telling me Franco died overnight.
Yeah,
I'm like, good heavens. And I called Matt Sapp. I said, "Hey, I don't know if you heard this yet. Franco passed away."
Yeah, it's awful.
Poor guy. That was amazing. The other weird part of that story, very quickly, the guy who had that football for the Immaculate Reception lived in West Mifflin. Had it all those years.
Yes.
He sold it to Maggie Hardy, who was going to have Franco come up there and present it to Joe Hardy on his 100th birthday. Franco died that week. Joe Hardy died on his 100th birthday.
Craziness.
I'm sure that ball's on display up there somewhere. They have some amazing things. Pirate Baseball coming up. Pregame show starts in about 15 seconds.